Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? I am here today with you guys. I had a whew, long past 2 days. Had a lot of work. I did a content day. And I've been traveling. I've barely even been able to watch myself. I've been catching up, trying to see what has been happening. Watched a few witnesses yesterday. So, good morning. I'm here. I should be here the rest of the week. I know Simone is supposed to have an answer to something by 8:30, 8:45, 8:30. We will see if she has something to do. Good morning to everyone. I can have it. You have to get the kids up and get ready. And see what we start.
Thanks. Can you tell us what exactly the state would want to present?
Yes, Your Honor. Before the court, Your Honor, which I was speaking with defense counsel, my intent is to ask Investigator Griffin about speaking with.
I'm sorry, Mr. Atkins.
That one's out. Just don't use that one. Thank you, Mr. Still. So, with the first two interviews that are September 26th and September 29th, I believe, I'm going to ask Investigator Griffin, did he go down to the hospital? Did he speak with Mr. Stillwell? Did he, and later on in the direct examination, ask him about speak with him September 29th? In terms of when I'm going to ask him something that Mr. Stillwell said is going to be in that November interview. And my intent is to be very general in terms of I'm not playing any of the statement or video. I have no intent of playing video or audio recording, but I'm going to ask him, what did he say happened in terms of the events leading up to it, where they go to the gas station, he goes inside, who he's with, they're driving down the street, and then he hears the gunfire. And then in terms of who he identifies, I'm not intending on introducing any photographic lineups. I am intending on asking Investigator Griffin, and I was talking with Mr. Shard and read what he provided to court in the state about when he's asking him to identify individuals. Earlier in the interview, he asked him, who did you see or recognize at the gas station? And that conversation kind of, goes along. And so I'm not going to, from my intent is to elicit who he identified, like names. And I'm going to ask Investigator Griffin,
As people seen at the gas station.
and I'm going to try to ask Investigator Griffin in terms of, when you asked him that, were you, was it clear in the questioning whether, to let it known it's not for certain he's saying, I saw them in the car versus at the gas station. So I'm going to ask him, when
Well, he clearly says with regard to when immediately before the shooting, I saw the same red car. I could tell by the lights, but he doesn't say anything about who's in it. And we know it's at least a half an hour after,
yes,
at
Your Honor.
least a half an hour afterwards.
I'm not going to be asking, for example, who did he identify as the shooters or something like that. And when Investigator Griffin's on the stand, I'm going to ask him if he took out arrest warrants, and I'm going to ask him who he took arrest warrants out on. And so my intent with that line of questioning is to get out the names that he saw, whether it's at the gas station, in that car. And I'm not going to be asking but just a few questions about his interview in a relatively speaking general sense. That's the state's intent. And I also, Your Honor, and any other defense counsel, I have, the crime scene photographs. We removed the photograph, which was labeled as
All right.
4, that showed Miss Jones. There is a map where Investigator Griffin did a drive test from the gas station to the shooting location that's in his police report. So I have a Google Maps of that shows some relevant addresses and streets. And there are also addresses and streets that have came up in testimony this week in terms of to orient where this occurred. And then I have some social media that Investigator Griffin pulled and is in his police report. There's 2 photographs to include some of the individuals that he took arrest warrants out on. And then I have, and this is what I was talking about the most with Mr. Sharp, and I won't speak for him, but there's in November 17th of 2018, and Investigator Griffin is aware of this, his police report that he wrote gets leaked on social media.
Mhm.
I have removed all of the comments, and there's a lot of commentary or comments. This is after discovery has gone out in that case. And so I have a single post that has the Instagram handle, which is YFNBC_nutlife, the date, November 17, 2018. And then it has a picture of the discovery packet that this is Investigator Griffin's report. You can see his name actually in this police report. And I removed any comments or commentary on it. And so other than the crime scene photos, which I'm only going to publish a few. There's a total of 24, but I'm not publishing all of them. And these 2 Instagram posts, this map and the discovery packet leak, those are the exhibits that I will be tendering through Investigator Griffin.
And are you going to ask anything about a later recantation or establish through him who ultimately got convicted or anything like that? Or is that the entirety?
So, Your Honor, I was telling this to Mr. Sharp, I am not going to ask him about the recantation or insinuate, because of the lack of clarity on that, that because of this leaked, that I'm not going to go down that line of questioning.
Okay.
I am going to ask him that one of the arrest warrants he took out was for the nickname Shell Kelvin Watts. Kelvin Watts was not indicted on the case. Investigator Griffin is aware of that. So I'm simply going to ask him at the very end of his questioning, did you take out arrest warrants on who? Did you ever come to learn if one of the individuals you took out an arrest warrant on was not indicted? But I'm not going to ask him about convictions or
All right.
trial.
Okay. Mr. Sharp.
I am satisfied with the plan as enunciated by Mr. Atkins, and I appreciate him talking to me earlier. I do have a couple questions
All right.
that I just want clarity on. Am I correct that we still don't have the original letter that was written on his pad, on Investigator Griffin's pad?
So I have not seen one on Investigator Griffin's pad. I've seen that, I think it was Gwinnett County notarized letter. That's all I've seen.
Right. Okay. So then that's the alleged recantation
Right.
And I'm not, if they don't have it, they don't have it. I get it. I'm just
Are
asking.
you talking about like the earlier apology letter or
Right.
whatever, which, I mean, presumably it got sent to the family if that was the purpose of it, but y'all aren't using that or
Right.
talking about that anyway.
Right. I
Okay.
was just asking for clarity. Now, the other question, I'm a little confused about the social media post with the discovery on it, because and there's no evidence one way or another about whether my client has ever seen it before the discovery in this case. But I'm not sure if the state's planning on introducing that. What I remember seeing quickly when I was speaking to Mr. Atkins was everything was removed. I don't know what import that has. I get not having the
That
comments.
it's posted by somebody whose handle is YFN Nutlife, possibly? I don't know. Mr. Atkins, I think there might be a relevance objection.
So, Your Honor, it's multiple relevance points. For one, that is significant in terms of, and some of there's other posts, some of which are handles that the state believes were involved in this incident. But I'm including just one. And number two, what has repeatedly came out in the trial and the state has asked questions about paperwork, snitching, how that gets out. And this is just a clear example of someone literally screenshotting a discovery packet and putting it to the public. Obviously, the commentary is removed, but it's not favorably received, I should say that, in terms of why it's significant for a number of reasons, given the testimony of witnesses in this case, in terms of what people say from the state's position to police and what people say kind of repeatedly in court or things of that nature. So it has a multiple relevance point from the state's perspective. Primarily the first one in terms of the handle of, again, so it's part of that line of, that's the state's intent. We're back and forth.
I get it. I guess what I'm asking, is that a post where your graphics team, in an effort to work with me, removed like emojis and things from the?
That's the underneath.
Okay, I understand now. There's other versions of this that have
Commentary.
like the hawk or the bird and, death to rats, or, basically taunting my client. And I wasn't sure if what they're introducing was on its own a separate post, or they had redacted the threatening stuff.
Okay. Are
Okay,
you
so-
satisfied now?
Well, yeah, if this is what it was to begin with, then it is what it is, and I agree that the commentary on the side should be redacted. I just wasn't sure if we redacted the actual post.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for working together to make
Yeah,
this
thank you.
less complicated.
You're welcome, Your Honor. And I'd like to also pass out to the court and defense counsel an exhibit list
Okay.
for Investigator Griffin.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
out of an abundance of caution, there's no, in the entire statement, the November one, there's no one else on trial or Bruton issues, but I think out of prudence, because it is, I'm asking him about what happened that night and who he identified, but a limited instruction that, that statement can only be, it's not a confession of a crime. So, but out of abundance of caution, I would just want to think through if a limited instruction is needed, to just anything that is said, would be attributed to only defendant Stillwell. There's nothing in what I'm asking Investigator Griffin that I think is on its face and incriminating, but I just wanted to, express that with the court. I was thinking through it myself of what the right.
Right, because you're not just having the are you not, is it correct that you're not just having the investigator say, Mr. Stillwell identified two people who he thought, or who he saw at the JJ's Chicken, in the red car? You're having him say, the investigator say, and it was these two people or these three people? I don't know.
He will at least say that he ended up taking out arrest warrants, and some of those people are the same. And so,
Okay, but is who gets identified going to be, who Shannon identified going to be elicited from the investigator?
yes, in terms of when you interviewed him on November, who did he
Say he saw at the JJ's in the red car,
correct, Your Honor?
and he will say these names.
Correct.
Your Honor, I hate to do this. I'm looking at this proposed exhibit 28DD DP.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with the state eliciting from Investigator Griffin that there were social media posts with the discovery identifying Shannon Stillwell as a witness, and people were saying horrible things or whatever the state wants to elicit. The problem I have with this exhibit is that it has a narrative at the bottom that kind of it testifies to.
I haven't seen it.
It's okay. Matt, yes.
Yep. All right.
So the issue is in. The problem I have with it is when it gets into, when asked why he did not provide me with this information, first interviewed Shannon Jackson, advised he was concerned about retaliation against his family, particularly his grandmother. That gets to, inadvertently, we're now introducing a picture from discovery, and that's testimonial. And the problem is, I'm arguing for myself, but I actually think probably the other co-defendants have a stronger argument because it's not their statement, and it affects them as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Your Honor, if I redacted the words, so it just has and I could ask Investigator Griffin, to elicit that in this post was contained, I'm not going to have, the jury won't see or read what's actually written. It will be a photograph, and it says Shannon Jackson, injured rear passenger. And then it has Investigator Griffin's, name, the case number, but that paragraph on the bottom, I can redact that.
I think that's probably needed.
Yes,
if you
Your
want to
Honor.
use that.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, with regard to everybody else, there's a Crawford issue. So I'll hear what anybody else has to say about that.
We are objecting on behalf of Mr. Williams to the admission. I've spoke also with Mr. Atkins before this honorable court began. He'll correct me if I'm wrong. He agrees with that too. So Mr. Atkins stated that he's going to request a limiting instruction. I have not done a limiting instruction. If you want me to do it, I will try to do it, but I don't know. I don't know what a limiting instruction would say. It gets very complicated because of the way that the case is charged with all the overt acts. This is not an overt act, so it's better than like the statement of Mr. Kendrick, let's say, or the guilty plea of Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Ryan, but
it's still,
very hard to imagine somebody.
yeah, I mean, yes, we need to come up with some kind of a limiting, if this evidence is going to come in the way that it's been discussed, I think we need to come up with a limiting instruction that is appropriate to give. And we need to, if Griffin's our first witness, we need to do it in the next 10 minutes.
He's our second witness, Your Honor.
Okay, well, still, we're going to be, I don't know that anybody's going to have the luxury of being able to focus on a limiting instruction once we start the trial for the day. So if somebody can come up with something now, that would be wonderful.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hugh and the rest, I think probably speak for the rest of the defendants. We join in that request as well.
Well, Your Honor, we join in the objection, and we don't think that a limiting instruction is going to be able to fix the issue. So I just want to make sure, for the record, we object to this.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I will work on crafting a limited instruction that I think for the sake of both defense and state should be brief, because what he's stating, if that limiting, because he's not directly stating anything against any defendant in the courtroom, he's discussing people who are not in this courtroom that the state believes are not friends or part of in any way, shape, or form, any defendant in this case. I don't know what exactly would be gleaned against another defendant from what I'll be asking.
Okay, well, I mean, you, the state, must be presenting it for some reason to try to establish your story of why these defendants are guilty of the crimes with which they're charged, or you wouldn't be presenting it. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean, that being the case, and I think it is to show your theory of the back and forth between the whomever rival gangs.
Correct, Your Honor.
And so that concept, this tends to further develop and further establish that concept. And so if there isn't a limiter, then it gets considered against everybody. So there definitely needs to be some kind of a limiting instruction, and if it's not sufficient to let the jurors know what to do and not do, then, I mean, it has to be. Otherwise, we can't let the evidence come in this way.
Yes, Your Honor. I will work on finding a
Okay.
limiting
So
instruction.
how long is our first witness going to take?
Your Honor, I believe that first witness should be 45 minutes to an hour,
Okay.
at least is my
Okay.
prediction.
Okay. Well, then I guess we'll take that witness and then take an early break and figure out the limiting instruction. Okay. Are we ready for the jury? And is there going to be any objection to the, I guess it's what, 20 you said, photos on the wreck itself, now that that one has been taken out? That was the only one that there was objection to, I guess.
No objection.
All right. Okay. All right, let's get the jury. You have your witness?
Hang on, and this is the.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. The ATF person? Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor. We received some photos intended to be used as exhibits a few minutes ago from the state. I'm sorry. We received some photos this state intends to use as exhibits, I think with this witness. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you intend to publish all of those photos?
Is this that 1 through 31 here?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it should be publishing about 16 or 17 photos.
Okay, so for example, there's several that have, there's 4 or 5 with the same firearm. There's another 3 or 4 with the same firearm. Are you going to just publish one of those?
Your Honor, we will publish not all of them. I cannot say right off the top of my head that it should be just 1 or 2 angles of the same.
What is this even about?
I have no idea.
You have no idea
In
what
terms of what the
it's
request
about?
is.
Well,
You have no idea what the photos are about, what this has
I
to
do know what the photos
testify
are
to?
about. I don't know what the request is about.
Okay,
I understand the request. Tell
Yes.
me what he's going to be testifying to. What is this about? What are the photos
The
of?
photos are photos of the crime scene or the crime
Which
scene.
crime scene? There are all crime scenes in this case?
I was going to say, Your Honor, it's located at Confederate Avenue and Boulevard Avenue.
Okay,
South.
and 17 is still a lot. Is this actually one of the overt acts or is this
This is an
just?
overt act.
Okay. And if you are doing several pictures from different angles, is there some reason that the different angles are needed?
Yes, because in some of the photos, some of the items that we were discussing are not captured. And so the angle will capture it in some pictures and not in some things in the
All
photos
right,
are
I'll
only
just
there.
try to do it, without belaboring
And-
anything, please.
and let me also clarify, Your Honor, I'm not only objecting to the publication.
Or, because you started out clarifying, so is there an objection?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Your Honor.
Sorry, that's my fault. I thought you started out clarifying. Are you now objecting?
I am objecting to the admission as well as the publication of multiple images of the same firearm over,
Okay,
repeated.
why don't you get with him and show him which ones you plan to, the publication of or the
Both.
admission of?
Both,
Okay.
Your Honor, they're cumulative.
Okay, this should have been done before now.
Well, they just
Go
came.
get with, yes, no, I'm not
Okay.
criticizing you. This should have been done before now. Get with the defense and show them the photos, and I don't know if I need to, then you let me know which ones you object to. Sorry about this. You can stay and hang out, or you can walk back over there. Let me know before you do, so we can move the camera. We got told we were ready, but turns out we're not.
Am I allowed to sit down?
Yeah.
15, 31.
So are you trying to admit?
I'm not trying to admit it. I'm only published it.
She has to make that decision, not you.
I'm going to let you get just what I'm saying. There's going to be 15 photos that will be published. We are going to admit 31 in total. And these are the photos that will be published. Presuming, obviously, that she
Okay, so you plan on publishing
13, 15 photos published.
I understand, but let's talk about specific. You plan on publishing 31? Okay, how about you publish?
Sorry about that, Ingram. They,
That's the opposite. That's the opposite.
Okay, what are you going to do? Go back and
have you seen the photos? Have you seen
That's
the
true.
photos? That's what he said.
So like, when would you see the firearm? Like, serial number.
That is the opposite.
Hold on a second.
Oh, for the passenger.
I believe that's the first shot. Okay, I'm gonna object to that.
That's fine. I want you to come. What's fine?
Okay.
Yes.
Suspect.
Okay.
To my point, I need to prepare. Make sure that it's 15. The last one. That's the black blood of the little thing. You want to exhibit up?
No, no, I'm right.
That hoodie, which can't really tell us. I'm gonna look at one picture of your plans of notification. That is.
Oh, yeah. Why are they so good? Okay, all right, so that's it. So did they know the way?
Okay.
Ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you? Okay.
Okay. So I have gone over with the state the photos they plan on publishing.
Okay.
And I could read those specific ones, but I don't, we've narrowed down the ones that they plan on publishing. So I
Okay.
have no objections to the ones that
Okay.
the state has shown me that they plan on publishing. Excuse me. The other ones that they do not plan on publishing include many photos that are cumulative, they're redundant to others.
Okay.
So any of the ones that they do not plan on publishing that we haven't gone over, I object to the admission of those.
All right, well, you're gonna have to be a little more specific.
Okay, then we can-
If they still want to have admitted the ones they're not gonna publish.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, then I need to know
okay, then,
what those are.
then I would object to 1, 2, 3,
Mhm.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 24, 25, 28, 30, 31, and they went through 33, correct?
No, it was 31.
31.
All of these are not human. These are not human.
Okay, and so what they are gonna publish then is
I could,
12, 19, 21, 23, 26, 27, and 29.
that's my understanding, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, that would not be correct. Based on
Okay, which ones are you gonna publish?
state intends to publish 2, 31, 3.
Oh, my God. So could you do them in order, please? 2, 3, 5.
Your Honor, the reason why they're like that is because they are organized by how they will be published, but I can go through.
What are they gonna be? 2, 3, 5, 31, what else?
Sure, there are 2, 3, 5, 31, 9, 10, 21, 29, 12, 27, 26,
It's crazy.
19,
12.
and 23.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me put those in an actual order that makes sense. Give me a second to rule on.
And you showed me.
Okay, and so one,
Okay. So, Your Honor, I'm sorry,
so
then,
you would object to whichever ones are not publishing?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay. As cumulative or what?
As either cumulative or not relevant. I mean, I need to sit down and look at the actual photos they sent this morning to be more specific on those. My concern is that there are multiple pictures of the guns, and I do not want the multiple cumulative pictures of those
Pull
guns
them all
going
up on the
back.
screen so we can all look at them at the same time. So what does one show? Why is one needed?
The state does, just one second. Pull up the version that we intend to publish. Yeah, thank you. The state doesn't intend to publish one, excuse me, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, stop. My understanding, I just wrote down I know that.
Correct.
Because I got which one, but you intend to tender them. And so and there is an objection. And so I have to rule on whether I'm going to admit them. Okay, so I'm only going to be asking you about the ones that you intend to tender but not publish because there's not an objection to the ones that you intend to publish. So tell me why the ones that I'm going to ask you about are both relevant and not cumulative, why you need them.
As to the state's exhibit number 1 that the court asked about, this is a crime scene photo that shows another yet angle of that particular area where they stopped. It could be helpful to the jury if it becomes an issue about where in fact the cars were positioned.
Okay, I don't know what this crime is about. So, and this is the very first picture that I am seeing of it. So what happened? What was the crime?
No problem, Your Honor. This crime scene was started off as a traffic stop because of a traffic violation.
Okay.
That the officers observed a failure to signal. After which the officers then went to pull over the car after activating their emergency lights. They in fact did so. And upon stopping, the persons contained inside the vehicle who were later identified as Mr. Martinez Arnold and Diamante Kendrick, then stopped their vehicle for a brief moment, did some fidgeting, then took off at a high rate of speed in the area going on to the 20 eastbound.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can the witness be excused while we go through this?
Yes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
All right, so if y'all can avert that camera, thank you. Okay, so there's a chase and then there's a crash.
There's a chase, then there's a crash after.
And then they run out of the car.
In separate directions, and those photos could become necessary if there's a disagreement or confusion about which directions in which they're.
Okay, and so it's the black car that was the car they were in,
Black Monte Carlo.
and that's where it lands, is up against that guardrail?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, well, 1 and 4 honestly look like the same picture.
And, Your Honor, as I'm looking at it, if the court wants me to remove 4, I can do that. I do not have a problem doing that.
It is not what the court wants or doesn't want, although the court does want attorneys who know how to try a case. But my rulings are based on the rules of evidence, okay? So is that the same photo?
It is not the same photo.
Is it almost the same photo?
In my estimation, no, Your Honor, because it's a closer view and it gives more perspective as to what is in that photo.
Which one do you want?
The state would be fine with having Photograph number 1.
Okay. So 4 is out. Are you withdrawing 4 or am I ruling 4 out?
State can remove 4.
Okay. I'll let 1 in. So then the next one would be 6, which is you can see the license plate fine in 5. You don't need 6. You can withdraw it or I'll rule it out.
State can remove 6.
Okay. 7. What does 7 show that the ones you already have don't?
7 gives a better perspective as to the wooded area because it's a little dark, as you can see, Your Honor. It shows better view of the vehicle and some of the portion to the left of it where if you see the door open, that eventually becomes much clearer once the crime scene takes the interior inside of that driver's side of the vehicle.
Yeah, I disagree with the characterization of what's in the photo, but the court can see for themselves.
You don't need 7. Cumulative. All right, 8.
8 gives a perspective of the passenger side vehicle, a closer view, as will be shown in the next exhibit, a closer view that you can see. It's much clearer.
Okay, wait, the next exhibit, meaning what?
Exhibit 9, it kind of is the same type of profile.
All right, 9 is the driver's side of the car.
Yes.
And
I'll-
so,
I'll withdraw my objection to 8, Your
Okay.
Honor.
so 8 is fine. Okay, what does 11 show that 9 and 10 and 12 do not?
11 shows, Your Honor, the inside door of the vehicle. You can see inside the side panel where the pocket is, whereas in 10, you don't have that opportunity.
And is there anything significant in the side pocket?
Just the things that are in there that we expect that the officer can say that he saw multiple items in plain view.
Anything of significance?
I would say no, if you don't want, the state can do without 11.
All righty, you're withdrawing 11. 13.
13. This shows that the car is on because as you can see in 13, the radio is there, the keys are still in the ignition. It provides context as to the fact that this vehicle was in fact still left running.
That's all in 12 as well, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. Seems to be.
It's not clear, as clear as it would be in 13, Your Honor. That is the reason for that publication, purpose for that being a part of this.
Then do you want 13 instead of 12?
No, 12 is more important than 13 because.
All right, I'll let 13 in. Then we have 14. What's the point of 14?
14 is a closer view of the keys being in ignition. We can withdraw it.
All right. 15.
The state is in this photograph. It's a direct photo of the firearm that was located within the car. If in fact this is to be admitted, Your Honor, it could show a better perspective of this firearm, which.
Is it not pretty well shown in 12? The entirety of it is shown in 12.
Okay, that's fine. We can withdraw 14.
All right. That was 15.
Excuse me, 15. As is the case for 16.
All right, thank you. And then 17?
17, we can withdraw it.
All right, 18 shows the back seat.
Yes, I believe we already agreed to withdraw that.
Okay.
From publication, so that is
All right.
not necessary.
Withdrawing it from, are you not going to tender it
We
for
won't send it-
admission?
Excuse me, we will not be seeking to admit.
Okay. All right, and then
19 is
19, there's no objection to 19. So 20, you're actually able to see who
yes. that's
it's
fine.
of. So I would think that one is fine. 22.
20.
Where did that come? Oh, that's just a close-up of what's
Yes.
in 21.
It's a closer view in this photograph, Your Honor. You can see a little bit better the serial number as well as the make and model of that fire.
Then I would suggest they should use 22 instead of 21. They don't need both, Your Honor.
Well, you can't tell where it is if it's just 22. 22 is fine. 24 is the trunk.
Yes.
Why?
This had within it just a few items that were found. They're not really pertinent, but they were part of the crime scene photos. We can withdraw.
All right. 25.
25, Your Honor. This shows the black glove that was mentioned in the report. It focuses in on that particular portion inside the milk
All
console.
right. That looks like a gray glove to me, but okay. Is
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
in 26, it looks black.
Yeah, I don't see the black glove in 25.
I don't either. It's probably just because it's a bright flash or something. And so why do you need 25?
Because without that perspective, you may not know that that's the center console. And that is why we in fact use a both, because you need the perspective to know.
All right. And then 28.
28.
Shows the serial number of that long gun.
Yes.
All right, that's fine. And 30, where's 30? So is this a third gun?
So third state's 30 is not that, we can withdraw that. That is a better, the other one was a little blurry. But
Okay.
this is another photos coming in with this handgun, so we
Okay.
can withdraw this.
And I think that's all of them.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank y'all. That should have been done before now. We wasted 20 minutes of the jury's time. Let's get the witness back in. Let's make sure we move that up. Thank you. And is this agent only going to be identified by last name?
Yes. First initial and last name.
All right.
For my record, I have your first name. For my record, I have your first name.
Just Jay, or do you want the full name?
Full name.
Of James?
Yeah, we're ready this time. Thank you. All right, if you can swear our next witness.
Raise your right hand. Swear firm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
State and spell your first and last name for the court's.
Your first initial's fine.
All right. First initial J, last name Daughtry, Doughgerty.
Good morning, Mr. Daughtry. Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
And where are you employed?
I am currently employed with the federal government Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And what do you do in your current status as an employee of the federal government?
I'm a federal agent tasked with criminal investigations.
Okay, and how long have you worked in that capacity?
I've been there with the Bureau for about almost 3 years.
And And were you employed prior to your employment with the the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearm Explosives Department?
Yes, I was.
And what was your employment?
I was employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And in what capacity did you work for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I was a sworn officer.
Okay. And if you could just talk into that mic, everything is being transposed.
Is that better?
Important thing. And how many years in total were you employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was employed with the Atlanta Police Department for approximately 12 years.
And when did you begin with the Atlanta Police Department?
I began in 2010.
And when did you end?
I ended about 2022.
And were you post certified during your entire time with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I was post certified.
What was your official title prior to leaving?
Prior to leaving, I retired out as a sergeant.
And did you often work with a partner while at the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I did for some of my career.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who that partner was.
My partner typically was a C. Munson.
And how often would you work with him?
I probably worked with him approximately 5 years on and off between different units on the department.
And I want to direct your attention to the date of Tuesday, October 1st, 2015. Do you remember working that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what shift were you working around about that time?
On that given night, I believe we were working a shift, which is like late evening into early morning. So we were working probably approximately 6 p.m. to about 2 a.m. in the morning.
And do you recall patrolling around or about the area of Federal Avenue and Boulevard Avenue, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, I do.
And can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you recall about patrolling on that day?
On that given night, we were patrolling Confederate Avenue coming up to Boulevard, and we witnessed a vehicle make a traffic infraction in front of us.
And what was the traffic infraction to your recollection?
To my recollection, they were in the left-hand turn lane of Confederate Avenue, and they proceeded into the right-hand turn lane to turn right. So they made a right-hand turn from that lane without signaling to proceed north on Boulevard.
And at this time, when you're observing this traffic infraction, are you in a marked patrol vehicle?
Yes.
And are you also in uniform?
Yes, we're in clearly marked Atlanta Police uniform.
And when you saw this traffic infraction, what, if anything, did you do? Well, let me ask this question. Who's driving?
My partner Munson would have been driving that night.
And when you did see this traffic infraction, what, if anything, did you do at that time?
We would have illuminated the emergency equipment on our vehicle to initiate a traffic stop on the vehicle.
And did you initiate a traffic stop on that vehicle with your partner that day?
Yes, we did. We initiated a traffic stop.
And did you get out of the vehicle at the time of that traffic stop when you initially stopped it?
No, we didn't get out of the vehicle initially. Typically what we did is when we did initiate a traffic stop, me and my partner, because it is dark at night, we would take the spotlight and illuminate the interior of the vehicle from the back to be able to see the individuals inside and kind of assess what they're doing. On that given night, we observed the two individuals inside the vehicle begin to shift around a lot and turn around and continually look at us. Typically when that happens, we kind of hesitate to get out because one, it could mean either someone.
Speculation.
Overruled.
One, typically it could signal that maybe they're looking to ambush the officers walking up.
Sustained.
Without saying, I'll ask you a different question. When you did not get out of the vehicle, did anything happen after that?
Yes.
What happened in that particular incident when you stopped and didn't get out?
So they shifted around. We're looking back. We decided not to get out because usually people fled at that point, and that is indeed what they did.
And when the vehicle, and what kind of vehicle did you stop?
We stopped a black Chevy Monte Carlo.
And do you recall where, in proximity to where you initially noticed them, that you stopped that black Monte Carlo?
I don't know the exact distance. I know we initially saw them at Confederate and Boulevard, if you're familiar with the area. And then the stop was actually conducted at not Moreland, I'm sorry, I misspoke, Boulevard and Glenwood.
Okay, and how many people were inside the Black Monte Carlo?
Inside of the Black Monte Carlo, we could see 2 people when we illuminated it.
And when you observed the vehicle take off after you stopped it initially, can you describe whether it moved fast or slow?
I do not remember the exact rapid or how fastly it took off. I just know that it left the traffic stop.
Okay. Did you follow after the vehicle when it left the spot where it initially was stopped?
Yes, we did.
And did you continue to have activated your emergency equipment, being lights and the siren?
Yes, we'd have left all the lights, sirens, everything on to, notify the public also.
And prior to leaving, in what direction did the vehicle travel when it left from the stop that you initially made of the vehicle?
It initially continued north on Boulevard towards I-20, where it made a right-hand turn onto I-20 eastbound and picked up speed to get onto the freeway.
And as the vehicle is taking this path, are you able to observe any movement or anything inside the vehicle?
Yes, a black glove, or what appeared to be a black glove, went flying out the passenger window. It was merging onto the freeway.
During traffic stops, do you typically speak with dispatch?
Typically, yes, we would speak with dispatch during a traffic stop.
And did you radio dispatch at all during this incident, this stop?
I did radio dispatch.
And what did you communicate with dispatch?
I would have communicated with dispatch the stop and that we had one fleeing from us. Typically, they ask for traffic conditions, reason for the stop, things of that nature, conditions of the road, stuff like that.
During the time that you were speaking with dispatch, were you ever contacted by Unit 2697?
I would have been contacted by a supervisor. I'm not sure 100% which supervisor it was.
Okay. And what, if anything, were you advised during the course of your pursuit?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Effect on the listener, Your Honor.
Can you ask it a different way that doesn't call for hearsay?
I really can't, Your Honor, at this point, but I'll move on. Was there ever a time during the course of your pursuit of the Monte Carlo that you stopped pursuing it?
Yes, there was.
And what, if anything, occurred at that time when you stopped pursuing the Monte Carlo?
When we stopped pursuing the Monte Carlo, it had it basically wrecked out. It had wrecked into a guardrail. When you exit I-20 eastbound on Flat Shoals there's a guardrail and a stop sign. It had ran through the stop sign and came to a stop at the guardrail.
Right. And when it stopped at this guardrail, did the occupants remain inside or did they do anything else?
At that point, the occupants jumped out of the vehicle and began to flee on foot.
In which directions did the occupants of the vehicle go?
The driver fled northbound on Flat Shoals and the passenger fled southbound on Flat Shoals.
And did you and your partner pursue?
Yes, we did pursue.
Did you pursue by car?
We both pursued on foot.
And did you have a description? Did you ever get a description of those individuals, the passenger and the driver?
I'm sure we would have gotten a description by looking at them. I don't recall that exact description that night at this point.
Would looking at a copy of the report associated with this matter refresh your recollection?
It may, yes.
All right. Now approaching the witness with State's Exhibit 32 MM, which has already been provided in discovery. Take a moment to review that, and when you had a chance to have your memory refreshed, you can look back up at me, and then I'll continue asking you questions. All right, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
What was the description of the passengers that you obtained from that, from this incident?
The occupants of the vehicle were both wearing black clothing.
And do you have any other descriptors about them?
I believe the passenger was wearing a black shirt and black pants, and the driver was described as wearing a black hoodie and black pants.
What was their race?
Both were black males.
What was their, what is their gender?
Black males.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I missed that part. And did you later come to obtain an identity for these individuals?
Yes, we did.
And what was the identity of the driver?
The driver was Mr. Diamante Kendricks.
And what was the identity of the passenger?
The passenger was Mr. Martinez Arnold.
And as these passengers, as Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Arnold are fleeing on foot, did you ever give any verbal commands to them?
Yes, I was chasing behind Mr. Arnold, and I did give him verbal commands to stop.
Did they stop?
No.
And I should say, did they stop at your command?
No, they did not stop at my command.
And as you gave chase to Martinez Arnold, can you describe where he went during this chase? Is there any location that you followed him to?
When he fled south on Flat Shoals, he dipped in behind the houses to the left, went behind one of the properties there, one of the houses, chased him to about a fence. He hopped the fence. At that time, when he jumped over the fence, he stumbled and fell. Me with all my gear on, it takes us a little longer to get over a fence. Couldn't see his hands, so I used my city-issued taser to try and stop him. The first time I fired it, it's ineffective. It didn't make good connection. The second time I fired it, it did make good connection, basically making him immobilized and giving me time to get over the fence to apprehend him.
And after, during the course of that interaction, was he injured in any way to your recollection?
To my recollection, I do not know of him being injured, no.
Would you please pull that mic a little closer to your mouth?
I'm sorry.
Speak louder.
After detaining and apprehending Mr. Arnold, did you remain where you were behind that fence in Wood area?
No, after apprehending Mr. Arnold, I would have walked back to the car.
Did you walk alone or did you take him with you?
I would have taken him with me.
All right. And do you recall the address associated with the home to which he fled behind?
I don't recall the address, no.
Would that have been noted in the report?
It may have been.
You want to take a moment to look at it?
I'll check.
What was the address?
The address was 1909 Flat Shoals Road.
Harold searched incident to arrest?
Yes,
Was he searched by you?
yes.
And what did he find? What did you find, if anything?
I don't remember right now the exact things I found. I'm gonna have to refer to my report.
For your report, look back at it, you don't need to. Right, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir. All right. When I searched him, I found in his front pocket would have been approximately 6.6 grams of suspected marijuana, and his right front change pocket of his pants was a small round pill with the markings 230 on it, which was suspected oxycodone. And then in his, I guess in the rest of his pants or his person, we also located $45.40 and a cell phone and a cell phone charger.
After returning to the space where you initially stopped, where the vehicles stopped, did you ever see your partner again?
When I returned to the car, my partner was not there. He was still chasing.
Did he ever apprehend the driver, Mr. Kilgore?
Yes, he did.
And do you know force was used to apprehend him?
I believe he did use his taser to apprehend him.
And was he injured as a result of the chase and pursuit? That being Mr. Kendrick?
I do not know if he was injured or not.
Do you know Mr. Kendrick was searched incident to his arrest?
Objection, Your Honor, counsel speculation.
Absolutely nothing.
I don't know if you,
Overruled.
I don't know whether he has personal knowledge.
I mean, when it says, do you know, personal knowledge, please.
Do you have personal knowledge of Mr. Kendrick was searched incident to arrest?
I did not search him. It would have been my partner.
And was there any other, do you recall if, when seeing Mr. Kendrick, him having any kind of garments around his neck?
I can't say that I remember. No,
Would you have detailed that, would that have been detailed in the report?
it may have been.
Would you please take a moment to look at it and then look back up at me when you remember?
I'm going to object to that in the report. It's still causes hearsay.
No, Your Honor. That would
And
be
the
hearsay.
hearsay opinion would be outside his personal knowledge. He already testified he would see him.
Right, he was personally at the scene.
Overruled.
All right, you may ask the question.
In the report, it details that while he was being treated by Grady EMS, he had a black and red bandana around his neck, Mr. Kendricks.
After returning back to the location where the car had run into the guardrail, did you have an opportunity to look around or about it?
Yes,
Did you also have an opportunity to look inside?
yes.
And after you had the opportunity to look inside of the vehicle, did you see anything of evidentiary value to you?
Yes, we did.
What did you see at the time that you looked inside?
There were 2 firearms in plain view in the vehicle, and we ended up calling crime scene photo technician out to take photos of the vehicle.
Was there anything else of importance inside of the vehicle that you took note of?
Not before searching it. I mean, we wouldn't know.
Were the firearms loaded or not loaded?
Both firearms were loaded with 1 round in the chamber.
And what type of firearms were located inside?
There was a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol, and there was a 7.62 AK style rifle in the front seat also.
In your training and experience, are you taught to run checks on firearms?
Yes, we are.
And did you do that?
It would have either been me or my partner Munson. Yes.
Okay. And what were the results of any check, if any, of the firearms?
That
Sustained.
Right. Now I'm going to approach you with what has been previously identified as states exhibits 1 mm, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, 12 mm, 13 mm, 19 mm, 20 mm, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 31, all under the phonetic subset of MM. Alphuric subset MM. Would you take a second? Well, let me ask you this. Have you had a chance to review those exhibits prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And what do you recognize those exhibits to be?
They look to be photos from the crime scene there that the crime scene tech took of them.
And do those photos that you have in your hand now that have been previously identified reflect the crime scene and the things that you testified to earlier as you remember it to be?
Yes, they do.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the crime scene as you remember it to be?
Yes.
Have those photos been changed or altered in any way?
No.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit the previously identified exhibits into evidence and subject to your ruling, request permission to publish.
Those are admitted and you may publish.
All right. All right. Good work. While that's being prepared, I want to ask you a few extra questions. And want to ask you, when you were at the crime scene, did you in fact call for the crime scene ID tech?
I don't remember who called for them. I know we called for them though.
And why was Grady called out to the scene?
Again, I don't remember them being injured, but if we had Grady on scene, according to the report, it's because they complained of injury and we would render medical attention to them.
Okay. And, excuse me, and as they were being rendered medical attention, did they continue to remain in custody?
Yes, they'd been in custody the whole time.
All right. Now, showing you, it's going to populate on the screen. Now showing you brief indulgence. Okay. And as the scene of the crime was being processed, did you continue to, by the ID tech, did you continue to remain present?
Yes, we'd have been on scene the whole time.
Okay, and the vehicle, you indicated it was taken, there were photos taken, but did you personally conduct the search of the vehicle, or was that done by another person?
I don't recall who actually searched the vehicle.
All right, so now showing you, and I'm going to reclaim these, and you can look at the screen as the photos come up. Starting with case exhibit 1MM. And when the crime scene photos are being taken, are you the person or the other, or your partner being the person to direct where the photos are, or are you doing other things?
I mean, usually the crime scene techs would kind of know they do their own thing, but we would direct them like, hey, we need photos of inside of the vehicle or the firearms, things of that nature that were found.
All right. The in front of you is State's Exhibit 1MM. And can you see that clearly on that screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And going to publish this. Right. I'm going to enlarge it for you to see. And as I am doing this, I would like to ask you if, with this particular exhibit, you recognize the vehicle that is on the screen with the blue lights.
Yes, I do.
All right. And do you recognize the vehicle that is beside it, that is in all black?
Yes, I do.
Is that the Monte Carlo that you described earlier in your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And what roadway are these two vehicles situated on?
That is going to be Flat Shoals.
All right. And now showing you States 2MM. What direction is the view of the camera facing on Flat Shoals, cardinal direction wise?
That would be a view of southbound.
Do you see anybody that resembles yourself in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Do you see anybody that resembles your partner in this exhibit?
I do. I'm
going to try to zoom in, see if it is, and there should be a wooden pointer behind you. I'm going to ask you to reposition with the court's permission to point out yourself and to point out your partner.
That would be me at the back of the car, and that would be my partner right there.
Showing you State's Exhibit 3MM, and the vehicle is this the guardrail that you were describing that the vehicle made impact with on that day?
Yes.
All right. Can you read off the driver's license driver's plate number associated with this vehicle?
Yes, it's a Georgia license plate, BXF 3832.
And that is State's Exhibit 5MM. Showing you State's 8MM. Is this the side of the vehicle that you described Mr. Arnold exiting from when he ran and fled from the scene?
Yes.
Right. Showing you now 9MM. and this side of the vehicle, can you describe the condition of the front driver's side tire?
The tire appears to be flat.
Was it flat when the vehicle was being operated by
I got a
Mr.
new
Kennedy?
dog, y'all. His name is Pluto.
No.
Say hi to Pluto.
Is it flat as a result of impacting with the after the impact?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Showing you now states 10 mm. What is being depicted? What is shown in this exhibit here?
In this exhibit here, I draw your attention to the floorboard under the steering wheel. You can see a silver object with black. That is going to be the .40 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol. And there's also what appears to be a Fanta bottle with a yellow label and a purple drink inside of it. I would suspect that to be
Sustained.
Without saying suspicion, do you see a yellow bottle with a purple liquid inside?
Yes, I do.
Do you see anything seated on the driver's seat?
Yes.
What do you see?
There's a cell phone with what appears to be an identification card on it.
All right, now showing you states 12 mm. Please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you see here.
In this photo here, I see the AK style rifle propped up against the middle console and a backpack on the passenger floorboard.
All right. Do you know if that backpack was searched at all?
I cannot recall if it was or not.
Okay. And from this photograph that you are looking at, now publishing free states 13 mm. From this photograph, can you tell, looking at the radio or the steering wheel console, if there will still be on?
It appears to still be on.
All right. Showing you states 19 mm. Is this the cell phone that you were describing that you saw earlier with the identification card, just with clear picture?
Yes, it's just a closer view.
All right. Showing you states 20 mm, excuse me. And using states 20 mm, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the name on the identification card and for that?
The name is Diamante Kendricks.
All right. Showing you states 21 mm. Do you see a firearm in this photo?
Yes.
Is this one firearm that you that was collected that evening?
Yes, it is.
All right. Showing you states 22 mm, and I'm going to zoom in. Can you from the zoom tell what the make and model of that firearm is?
It's a Smith & Wesson and looks to be a model 4013 TSW.
Okay. And from this image, can you tell what the serial number is associated with this firearm?
It's a little hard to read. It appears to be VJJ 9116, possibly.
Now showing you state 23 mm. Do you see a piece of clothing behind the driver with seat in this photo?
Yes.
Is that piece of clothing the black hoodie that was recovered from that vehicle that evening?
I don't recall if it was recovered or not, but it appears to be a black hoodie.
Is that the same black hoodie that was detailed in the report?
I can't say to that. I don't know.
All right. Now showing you states 25. Do you see any gloves in the center console?
Yes.
And what color are the gloves that you see?
The glove appears to be black.
All right. Showing you states 26 mm. Is that still the same glove with better color perspective?
Yes, and it looks like there's another glove behind it.
showing you states 27 M. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is depicted here?
Depiction here is suspected marijuana.
Showing you states exhibit 28 MM. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen, is this a closer view of the serial number associated with the rifle style firearm that was located in the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And what is the make and model of this firearm?
Looks like the picture's cut off a little bit. It's a 75 Sporter, caliber 7.62. I can't see it's cut off. I can't see the.
What's the serial number?
The serial number is going to be the A0-1820-82 RO.
Okay. Publishing for you. Excellent. I'm going to forego that. Okay. A few more questions for you. Would like to ask you, after the two occupants of the vehicle were taken into custody, where were they transported?
They would have been transported to the Fulton County Jail.
Are you sure about that?
I mean, we did have Grady EMS out
Objection
there.
asked and answered.
Overruled.
We had Grady EMS on the scene, so as long as they're cleared by Grady, they would be transported to Fulton County Jail. If they deemed that they needed more medical attention, they would go to the hospital.
And the items, what was done with the vehicle, to your recollection, that was driven by them that evening?
The vehicle had been sent to impound.
And the items that were recovered from inside the vehicle, and what was done with those?
They would be transported by myself and Officer Munson to the city annex to be put into evidence.
With incidents that happen at the APD, that APD responds to, are they given APD case numbers?
Yes.
And do you know the APD case number associated with this incident?
Yeah, it'd be right here on the report in front of me.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the APD case number is.
Is it okay if I read it right from there?
You can look at it and
Okay.
call it.
All right.
Okay, what is that?
152740150.
And as it stands for this case, with respect to your involvement, did that conclude your involvement with this matter?
Yes.
State has no further questions for this witness. Your Honor.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness? Okay.
All right, Doug, let's go.
Good morning. Is it Agent Daughtry?
Agent Daughtry, yes.
Agent Daughtry. Good morning, Agent Daughtry. My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm the attorney for Diamante Kendrick. So I have a few questions. You were, as you testified, that you are the person that apprehended Mr. Arnold, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you tased Mr. Arnold in order to apprehend him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you knee Mr. Arnold in the back?
I don't recall that.
Did you spit on him?
No.
Would that have been appropriate to do?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Would it have been appropriate if your partner kneed and spit on Mr. Kendrick after tasing him?
I'm going to object in the same grounds, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. After this arrest, were you ever called to testify? And I'm speaking specifically regarding my client, Mr. Kendrick. After this arrest, were you ever called to testify at any hearing, trial, or sentencing for Mr. Kendrick?
I don't recall if I was or not.
Are you aware of Mr. Kendrick being sentenced for his possession of a firearm and serving time with regard to this incident?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness? All right, is there any redirect?
State has no redirect.
All right, Agent, thank you for your time, and you are excused. And we're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll have y'all back in a few minutes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm on 2 platforms right now. So good morning to both of you guys. I am so sorry. I left you guys. I've been slacking. A lot of you guys know, and I'm working too, so sorry I'm not looking at the screen. But a lot of you guys know I went to Greece for a couple of days last week, and then I've been in Atlanta. I've been having so much court, been back and forth.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take a quick second.
Take this off. One of these dogs stink. Okay, so I'm back for the next couple of days. And I think I have a leave for a couple of days where I am going to be getting myself together. But good morning. I'm glad you guys are with me. Good morning. So we are doing WTF Wednesday. I'm excited about that. It's not it hasn't been a lot, but we've had a few different things going on, and we've had a few different prosecutors and breaks from a few different prosecutors, but we are still here, and it seems like we are now moving along. Finally, after 2 years, we seem to be moving on. Okay, so and Van, shout out to Van. He said, "Don't forget about your 100 photo shoots." So I've been doing content, and in addition to those photo shoots, I have some great content that is going to come out for you guys. I'm so excited. I have finally been able to sit down and do it. So I am, and then I got big homie over here always talking. I haven't been able to, I'm about to go do my edges, put on my clothes, but I wanted to get started this morning. So come back, big homie, in about 20 minutes. My edges will be done because my hair is on fleek. I just got to do my baby hair. So I'm about to go do those. Yes. And y'all want to see, let's see. It's fresh. I just do the baby hair. So I
Want
Is this the part you guys are
multiple
replaying?
cumulative pictures
Can
of those
somebody pull
guns
them all
going
up on
back.
the screen so we can
Am I
all
at
look
the
at them
right
at the
part?
same time? So what does one show? Why is one needed?
State does, just one second. To the version that we see. Yeah, thank you. The state doesn't intend to publish one, excuse me, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, stop. My understanding, I just wrote down I know that.
Correct.
Because I got which one, but you intend to tender them. And so and there is an objection. And so I have to rule on whether I'm going to admit them. Okay, so I'm only going to be asking you about the ones that you intend to tender but not publish, because there's not an objection to the ones that you intend to publish. So tell me why the ones that I'm going to ask you about are both relevant and not cumulative, why you need them.
As to the state's exhibit number 1 that the court asked about, this is a crime scene photo that shows another yet angle of that particular area where they stopped. It could be helpful to the jury if it becomes an issue about where in fact the cars were positioned.
Okay, I don't know what this crime is about. So, and this is the very first picture that I am seeing of it. So what happened? What was the crime?
No problem, Your Honor. This crime scene was started off as a traffic stop because of a traffic violation.
Okay.
That the officers observed a failure to signal. After which the officers then went to pull over the car after activating their emergency lights. They in fact did so. And upon stopping, the persons contained inside the vehicle, who were later identified as Mr. Martinez Arnold and Diamante Kendrick, then stopped their vehicle for a brief moment, did some fidgeting, then took off at a high rate of speed in the area going on to the 20 eastbound.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can the witness be excused while we go through this?
Yes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
All right, so if y'all can avert that camera, thank you. Okay, so there's a chase and then there's a crash.
There's a chase, then there's a crash after.
And then they run out of the car.
In separate directions, and those photos could become necessary if there's a disagreement or confusion about which directions in which they.
Okay, and so it's the black car that was the car they were in, and that's where it lands, is up against that guardrail?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, well, 1 and 4 honestly look like the same picture.
And, Your Honor, as I'm looking at it, if the court wants me to remove 4, I can do that. I do not have a problem doing that.
It is not what the court wants or doesn't want, although the court does want attorneys who know how to try a case. But my rulings are based on the rules of evidence, okay? So is that the same photo?
It is not the same photo.
Is it almost the same photo?
In my estimation, no, Your Honor, because it's a closer view and it gives more perspective as to what is in that photograph.
Which one do you want?
The state would be fine with having photograph number 1.
Okay, so 4 is out. Are you withdrawing 4 or am I ruling 4 out?
State can remove 4.
Okay. I'm gonna let 1 in, so then the next one would be 6, which is you can see the license plate fine in 5, you don't need 6. You can withdraw it or I'll rule it out.
State can remove 6.
Okay. 7. What does 7 show that the ones you already have don't?
7 gives a better perspective as to the wooded area because it's a little dark, as you can see, Your Honor. It shows better view of the vehicle and some of the portion to the left of it where you see the door open that eventually becomes much clearer once the crime scene takes the interior inside of that driver's side of the vehicle.
Yeah, I disagree with the characterization of what's in the photo, but the court can see for themselves.
You don't need 7. Cumulative. All right, 8.
8 gives a perspective of the passenger side vehicle, a closer view, as will be shown in the next exhibit, a closer view that you can see.
K-Bear's mama says, Kayla, as a lawyer, what do you think Brown thought when Judge Whitaker said that? And what she's referring to is when she said, it's not about what the court wants, It's about, well, I guess it is about what the court wants. She said she wants lawyers that know how to try a case. I don't know, guys. I don't know if I would have ever came back in the courtroom. I might have gave up. I might have gave up. Where am I? Why can't I see? I might have gave up. I don't know. And the thing about it is, he's not even trying, none of them are trying the case by themselves. So it's not like one person is there. It's three, sometimes four, sometimes the back seat, sometimes the kids' table, phone calls. I mean, they have all of this help and they can't get it together. I don't understand. Y'all. And not to be shady, but you see, when ADA Abate is in there, it's like butter. Moving, moving, moving. I don't know, guys. I would have asked to be excused as well. I would have asked to be excused. And for those of you just joining me, I know I'm on mute, y'all. I was talking to TikTok. My edges are far from thin, baby. Stop playing. You know, TikTok, they got all kind of stuff going on over there. Bye. See you later. Thank you for stopping by. But I guess we'll definitely be playing that on WTF Wednesday tonight. See. I don't know. I don't think I would be able to even focus anymore. I mean, I'm like, I'm the type of person, when something gets to me, I can keep going, but I mean, I can't imagine. And it's not just that she said it, it's that she said it on national television, like the whole world is watching. What y'all think about that car? That car, oh my God, this dog keeps peeing on my. I'm so sick of this dog. What y'all think about how dirty that car was? Oh my God, that car is nasty. That car is disgusting. TRY. 6, 7, 8. Sorry, y'all. I'm working out. I got like probably like 6 or 7 new car accident cases in the last couple days. So I'm sending out intake forms to my new clients, trying to see what's going on. Let's get them signed up and started, get them treating. So I'm looking at my computer down here, sending out intake. All right. The car, yeah. I can't get into the car. Okay. Okay, guys, so I have court that is starting in 10 minutes. So I need to go get dressed for court and do my edges. I'll be back in about 15 minutes, but if court starts, I'll push play. And we definitely got to go over Ashley Merchant's letter on WTF Wednesday.
Somebody for everybody, yep. Yes, 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 yes. All right. Is the jury ready? All right, y'all have your next witness?
Yes.
All right, you want me to do the limiting instruction, I guess, before we call him?
You can, Your Honor. That's going to come up towards the end of my delay.
Okay.
It's up to the court.
Mr. Sharp, do you want, and everybody, defense, do y'all want me to do the instruction before the witness starts testifying or just right before he gets to that part of his testimony?
I'm fine with it before it
I can't hear you. What?
Go ahead, Mr.
Your Honor, would you do it with the state signal to the court and you do
Sure.
it right
Yeah.
before the targeted testimony?
Yeah. So, Mr. Atkins, just give me a signal when you're getting to that part.
Mr. Brown, make sure you give me your example. Okay.
Thank you. All right, you can call your next witness to the stand.
The state calls Investigator Griffin to the stand.
And his investigator, Griffin, already testified in this case.
No, Your Honor, he has not.
All right.
So he should be sworn in.
Yes, I do. First, last name, and spell it for the court. Yes, sir. Good morning. My first name is Howard, spelled Howard. Last name is Griffin. That's Griffin, and I am a junior.
Good morning, Investigator Griffin. How are you doing, sir?
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury where did you come in from to testify?
I flew in from the Dallas-Fort Worth area in Texas.
What do you do in that area?
I'm actually a detective for a small agency. The city is called Plano, and I'm currently a detective for that agency.
What kind of cases do you work for the Plano Police Department in Texas?
For Plano Police Department, I'm assigned to a unit called the Capers Unit, and what that simply means is any crime against a person, so it could be a misdemeanor or a felony, I'd be a detective that would investigate that kind of crime.
How long have you been with that department?
I've been with Plano since April of 2000.
Now, did you ever work for any other agencies before then?
I did. I started my law enforcement career with the city of Atlanta, Atlanta Police Department. I got hired in April of 2008, and I left the city November 2019.
Now, when you left the department, what were you working? What kind of cases?
At that particular time, I was assigned to the homicide unit, and I was in that unit, in that role for just under 5 years.
What year did you start with the homicide unit of the Atlanta Police Department?
In March of 2015.
And before working for homicide, what was your role right before then?
Before I was assigned to the homicide unit, I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Special Victims Unit as a detective and as a police officer, and I investigated crimes against children.
Now, I wanted to ask you, were you the lead detective on the murder of T.R. Jones?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jury how you came to work that case?
Yes. The City of Atlanta Police Department at the time, we had a homicide rotation. It just so happened that I was the top of that rotation. So anytime somebody lost their life, they would call a detective to respond, and it was my turn to actually respond.
What day did you respond?
I believe the date was September 26, 2015.
And when you, where did you go to? Where was the crime scene?
I was initially told to go to the intersection of Hank Aaron and Milton. And when I got to that intersection, of course, I saw an accident. And I think the address that I noted in the police report was 40 Milton Avenue.
Now, what part of Atlanta are those addresses that you responded to?
I think at the time it was the Zone 3 district of Atlanta. So that would be more like southeast of the city.
Now, when you got on scene, how many victims were there?
At that location, there was only one victim. That was actually a deceased young lady by the name of Tiara Jones. And it was brought to my attention that there were two more victims and they were taken to Grady Hospital.
Who were those two other victims?
The two other victims, female front passenger, her name was Shakoya Duncan. And the back passenger was Shannon Jackson.
Now, Detective Griffin, I want to approach you with what's been marked as 1 Triple Delta Papa through 24 Triple Delta Papa. And Investigator Griffin, before you were on the stand, did you have an opportunity to look through those photographs?
Yes, I did.
And what are they?
These are crime scene photographs taken by the crime scene tech who responded at my request.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene photographs for this incident?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 through 3 Triple Delta Papa and 5 through 24 Triple Delta Papa.
They're admitted.
Now, Investigator Griffin, it's going to come up on the screen before you. I'm going to publish and walk through a few of these exhibits.
Okay.
You also got a couple options behind you. You got a big board there and one behind you. So whichever one works best for you. Thank you. Yes. So I'm going to publish 1 Triple Delta Papa. Now, Investigator Griffin, is this the street that you were mentioning, Hank Aaron and Milton Avenue?
That's correct. That's the intersection that I was assigned to go to.
I'm going to publish the next exhibit. Can you describe for the jury what we see in this exhibit?
This is an overturned vehicle operated by the decedent, Ms. Tiara Jones. I forget the year, but it was a green in color. I think it was a Mountaineer, Mercury Mountaineer.
Now, when you first responded, did you know any of the facts and circumstances behind what happened?
No. So as it was initially described to me, they thought it was just an accident. As a result, the hit and run unit came and they responded. So they initially processed the crime scene. And then some officers took note of some defects in the rear lift gate, which they thought it might have been from a projectile. And as a result, they started looking for shell casings, which they found. And because they found that, that's when they called me and asked that I respond.
I'm going to publish the next exhibit. Where were some of the shell casings in relation to the vehicle that was overturned?
So again, if you have the intersection of Hank Aaron and Milton, maybe 50 yards, which is where the accident is. So in between that distance, that's where the shell cases were lined in the street.
I'm going to publish the next exhibit. Now, what type of shell casings were on scene?
I believe we located 12 spent casings. I think the caliber was a 7.62.
And do you have familiarity as a homicide detective with shell casings and guns that fire them?
Yes, I know enough to know that that came from an assault rifle or an assault rifle pistol, something of that caliber, but it's an assault rifle.
Now, what did you do? I'm going to publish the next exhibit, but ask you a question. What did you do with the shell casings you collected?
Actually, the crime scene technician that responded, she's the one that actually collected them, and then she gave them to me. And what I did was brought them to Atlanta Police, put a barcode on them, and placed them in the property as evidence.
I'm going to publish the next exhibit. Is this a close-up of one of the 7.62 shell cartridges that you collected?
That's correct.
And this is 12 triple delta papa. Publishing the next exhibit. This is 15 triple delta papa. And going to publish 17 triple delta papa. 19 triple delta papa. 22 triple delta papa. And 24 triple delta papa. Now, Investigator Griffin, with the defects you had mentioned in the vehicle, where were they on the car? The front, the side, the back?
From what I noted, they were in the back near the lift gate.
And were there any firearms that you found on scene?
Yes, I think it was Officer Clayton. He was the first to respond, and he actually found a semi-automatic handgun. I think the caliber was a .45 caliber Springfield.
Where was that 45 caliber Springfield in relation to the vehicle?
As he noted in his report, it was feet away from the vehicle.
Now, after you cleared this scene, did you have any initial leads, or what were your next steps?
No, so the only lead that I had is we had 2 surviving victims, and they were taken to Grady Hospital. So what I did was, after I left this crime scene, I went to the hospital to hopefully try to speak to the 2 that were alive.
Were you able to go to Grady's? Is that where you went to Grady?
I went to Grady Hospital, that's correct.
When you got to Grady, what did you who did you encounter?
I spoke to the front passenger, Shakoya Duncan, and the rear passenger, Shannon Jackson.
What kind of condition were they in when you met them that day?
Shakoya Duncan, she had a severely injured leg. I think at one point they were talking about it may have had to get amputated, but I'm not sure if that actually happened. So she was in the process of going to have surgery. And Shannon Jackson had, if I'm not mistaken, a lung and a rib injury.
Were you able to speak with them about what happened?
I spoke with both of them briefly, again, given their condition. I didn't want to have a detailed interview, so I spoke with them briefly.
Now, after speaking with them, what did you do next?
The next thing I did was, of course, try to do some research on the individuals that were inside the vehicle. We call it just a generic search to see if I can find anything about what happened and possibly who done it. And what I was able to find out is that the young man in the backseat, Shannon Jackson.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
Investigator Griffin, when you worked homicides in APD, did you ever consult with the APD gang unit?
Often.
What were the circumstances when you would on a case you were working?
The way that our department was worked.
Sustained.
You said this was September 26, 2015. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever have any consultation with anyone in the Atlanta Police Department gang unit to assist you in this investigation?
I did.
Without saying what they said, when was it that they began assisting you?
Within the first 1 or 2 days of the initial investigation.
And after consulting with them, what investigative steps did you take next?
We went back to the hospital to actually go speak with Shakoya Duncan and Shannon Jackson, and I brought those detectives with me to assist.
Without saying what anyone said on this date, were you able to speak with both of them?
I was.
What other personnel, detectives, were with you when you went to visit them?
With me was Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, and Detective Edwards.
After that secondary follow-up at Grady, what did you do next in your investigation?
Again, tried to go hand out flyers in the community, just try to elicit any help from anybody. And so again, I spoke to a lot of different people who knew the family of the deceased, and of course knew the surviving victims.
Now, let me ask you this. Were you ever able to establish a location of where that vehicle may have been before where it was found at the crime scene?
Yes, I was.
What was that location?
The address was 1192 Pryor. That is it's like a Chevron, JJ's Chicken, and I think there's another restaurant right there.
Now, were you ever able to, or did you try to get any surveillance from that location?
I did. Part of those investigative steps, myself and another detective went to try to find cameras in all those businesses, and we were able to find some cameras in a few of those businesses over there.
Without saying what anyone said, did you have any information or possible directions to go from your conversations at the hospital before getting that surveillance?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you have any, without saying what anyone told you, did you have any possible leads for what you would be looking at in that surveillance video when you obtained it?
Yes, a specific vehicle was of interest to me.
Now, when you obtained that surveillance video, did any specific vehicle stand out to you in relation to the vehicle that T.R. Jones was in?
Yes, specifically a red Camaro.
Now, did you do any investigative work on this red Camaro?
I did.
What did you who had that red Camaro?
I found out that the vehicle was actually owned by Enterprise, and it was rented to a young lady by the name of, excuse me if I mispronounce her name, Archillian Bennett.
Sustained.
Now, Detective Griffin, in your investigation, did an Archillian Bennett ever come up?
It did.
And did you ever come to learn where she lived?
Yes, I did.
Where did she reside?
An address off of
Your Honor, I'm not asking what anyone told him. Investigator Griffin, are you familiar with the Trestle Tree Apartments?
I am.
How are you familiar with them as an Atlanta Police Department homicide detective?
Well, specifically with this case, that address popped up and I drove over there a couple of times.
So you physically went to that address?
I did.
What street is that address?
I don't know the address, but the street is Confederate.
And was that street, and specifically Trestle Tree Apartments, of note to you when you were looking into Archillian Bennett?
Yes, it is.
Now, after getting that surveillance video, was there any suspects, or let me ask you this. that red Camaro, what was significant about that car in relation to the vehicle that T.R. Jones was in terms of the people in that vehicle or what they did in relation to the vehicle?
Could you say that one more time?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
What stood out to you about, was there anything suspicious about the people in and around that red Camaro that stood out to you?
The people did. The people stuck out to me. Again, just from looking at the surveillance videos, their interaction with Tiara Jones and Miss Shakoya Duncan.
Now, is there any restaurant at that location?
Yes.
What restaurant is it?
The one specifically that was of note is JJ's Chicken.
And was anyone in the vehicle with T.R. Jones inside that restaurant at any point?
Mr. Shannon Jackson.
And were you ever able to locate any other surveillance video other than at that location?
Other than that location, yes.
And did that assist your investigation?
It did.
Can you explain for the jury how it did?
Well, I got a direction of travel that Tiara Jones went. So what I did was drive that route that was explained to me. And any place that I found cameras, I reached out to the place of business to see if we can try to get surveillance footage.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as 25 Triple Delta Papa. Investigator Griffin, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a snapshot of a route that I took and I put in my police report.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you created in this investigation?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 25 Triple Delta Papa.
It's admitted.
And Your Honor, publishing that exhibit for the jury.
Yeah.
Now, Investigator Griffin, I want to see if I can find this old school pointer. And Your Honor, if I may, does the court by chance have the wooden pointer up on the bench?
I don't know what happened to that.
That's all right,
Give
Your
it
Honor.
back to me, so,
I will, oh, I found it.
all right.
So Investigator Griffin, I'm going to hand you this. If you don't mind, you can use this board if it helps you. And so I want to ask you a couple of things first. I'm going to try to zoom in to the best that I can.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to orient. Can you show the jury where the crime scene was, where the vehicle was found?
The vehicle was found in this address. This is the address that I put, which is 40 Milton Avenue.
And what is that 1192 prior?
1192 prior, that is where JJ's Chicken is in the Chevron gas station.
Now, what is this blue line that is connecting those two addresses?
This blue line, this is the route that I took from the initial spot where the vehicle was found, meaning the red Camaro. So I drove the route that was explained to me, and I did a dry run to see how long it was going to take me to get from that point all the way to the crime scene.
And what vehicle was Miss Tiara Jones driving?
Miss Tiara Jones was driving the green Mountaineer.
And was the red Camaro at 1192 prior?
Yes, it was.
And I wanted to ask you to orient, do you see a Veneer Avenue on this map?
Yes, I do. It's right here.
Do you see a McDaniel Street?
McDaniel Street, yes, McDaniel Street's going to be over here.
Now, I'm going to scroll up a little bit. Do you see a Hendricks Avenue?
Hendricks Avenue, yes, I do. Right here.
Do you see a Pryor Street Southwest?
Pryor Street is going to be on this side.
Do you see it between I-85 and Hendricks Avenue, a Pryor Street?
Yes, this is going to be Pryor right here.
And do you see at the top, is there a Cooper Street Southwest?
Cooper Street, yes, Cooper Street is right here.
And two to the right of that, what's that street?
Formwell.
And what's to the right of Formwell?
Formwell, then you have Pryor Street.
And Why is it, Investigator Griffin, that, well, let me ask you this. Does this appear to go in a roundabout way?
Yes, it does.
And why is that?
Well, again, if you're familiar with the area, there's many different ways to get to this location. So from my investigation, I was under the impression that the red Camaro went this direction. And I wanted to, again, get a picture of how long it would take to get from this side of town to where I believe people of interest may have resided, back over to the crime scene, which is 40 Milton Avenue.
Was there any other vehicles that caught your attention other than the red Camaro?
Yes, there was a black sedan. I don't know the make and model, but there was a black sedan.
Was there anything from reviewing the surveillance that indicated to you those cars, either the people or vehicles, had similar movements?
It appeared they had similar movements. Again, I wasn't able to definitively prove that, but it appeared that they had similar movements.
Now, what was some other steps in your investigation after you did this test drive route?
Again, my goal was to try to speak to anybody that can help me with any type of information. And we started looking into social media accounts of interest.
You can sit back down if you want to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, Investigator Griffin, was there a specific social media account that became of interest to you?
There was one in particular.
And what was the handle?
I believe it was P92 something. I think it was H, P92H.
Now, in 2015, would Instagram come up in your investigations?
It would.
Or other social media?
It would.
And how would you capture relevant social media investigations you worked?
Twofold. If the account was private, then I would try to obtain some kind of legal process, would be in the form of a search warrant. Or if it was open to the public, I would try to scroll, look at the pictures, look at friends, and just try to capture what I'm seeing by taking screenshots and add them to the case file.
Now, Investigator Griffin, throughout your investigation, did you periodically have either assistance or consultation with either Detective Dennis or Detective Gaither?
Primarily Detective Dennis.
Now, from this social media, were you ever able to identify any suspects that were at 1192 prior that you believe could have been involved in the incident?
Yes, I did.
And did you capture or record those social media?
Yes, I did with the screenshots. Like I mentioned, took a screenshot or a snapshot of it and included it in my police report.
Now, I'm going to approach you with 26 and 27 triple delta papa. That is correct.
Theory.
Investigator Griffin, when you get a chance, just look up at me when you're done.
Okay, I've looked at them.
What are those?
These are some of the photographs that I found in that specific social media account. And again, I took a picture of it and included it in my police report.
And did it have, so is there a fair and accurate depiction of some social media you gathered in this investigation?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to tender into evidence 26 and 27 triple papa.
Triple D.
Or, excuse
Papa.
me,
All right.
triple D papa. Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. Now, Investigator Griffin, did you, I'm going to publish first 26 triple delta papa. It should come up on the screen momentarily, and you may need that pointer again if it's nearby. Now I'm going to try to zoom in some on it. And if you can you give me 1 second? Hold on. Okay. There's a slight delay, but it's going to zoom in here in 1 second. So Investigator Griffin, while that's coming up, can you help orient for the jury people of interest in this investigation that are depicted in 26 Triple Delta Papa?
I can, you wanted me to say their names or nicknames?
Yes, you can say both, please.
Okay. This gentleman right here, Jamal Ward. The young lady sitting next to him is Archillian Bennett. This young man right here, I forget how to pronounce his first name, but his first initial is D. Last name was Lewis. This gentleman right here is Bobby Hardy, AKA Smoke. And his nickname, I think, was Murrow. And this young man, I think he had a nickname of Ola Player, something similar to that.
And without saying what anyone said, in your investigation, did you ever speak with who you identify with the nickname Smoke?
Yes, I did speak with Smoke.
And in your investigation, did you ever come to have any information from the surveillance that he was present at that gas station before the vehicle with Shannon Stillwell, T.R. Jones, and Miss Duncan left?
That is correct.
I want to also publish for you what's been admitted as 27 Triple Delta Papa. Okay. While I'm getting this Zoom backup line, I'm going to keep. Okay, just like. Your Honor, this may be a.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you all a limiting instruction at this point. Sometimes evidence is admitted against some parties and not others, or for some counts and not others. When this happens, that evidence can be considered by you, the jury, only as to the party against whom it is offered, and only for the count for which it is offered, and not against any other defendant or for any other count or purpose. In the next part of this witness's testimony, you're going to hear about statements made by defendant Shannon Stillwell, also known as Shannon Jackson. You are to consider those statements only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to count one. You may not consider those statements as to any other count, and you may not consider those statements in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Stillwell.
Now, Investigator Griffin, did you ever have a third conversation with Shannon Stillwell?
I did.
When was that, time-wise?
I believe it was the 2nd of November, 2015.
And in all your interviews you had with him, in this case, was he a victim, a witness, a suspect? What was he?
No, Shannon Jackson is, matter of fact, a victim in this case.
And when you spoke with him in November, where were you?
In November, I was at Atlanta Police Headquarters. I think the address is 226 Peachtree, if I believe that's correct.
And is that where that interview took place?
That is.
Were you able to get more information in that interview than you were prior?
I was.
Now, do investigators have different interview techniques?
Absolutely.
What is your technique when you're speaking with a witness, a victim, anybody?
Well, I try to be relatable. That's first and foremost. So for the most part, I talk how I would normally talk when I'm not at work. Sometimes I use slang, sometimes I curse, but that's just the way that I speak.
Now, in that interview, can you tell for the jury, did Shannon Stillwell give you any clarity about what happened before they got to 1192 prior?
He did.
Can you describe for the jury how that started? What Shannon Stillwell told you in relation to that?
And specifically what he told me, or
what he said about the events prior to arriving at that location?
It was a pretty organic, meaning he was just going to go pick up his child, and en route to go do so, they wanted to get something to eat.
And were both Miss Duncan and Miss Jones in the vehicle with him?
That's correct. Mrs. Sierra Jones was the driver, and Shakoya Duncan was the front passenger.
And what did he tell you happened when they got to that location?
When they got to that location, he meaning Mr. Jackson, went inside to get his food. He waited inside for his food to get done. And while he was inside waiting for his food, that's when he took note of the red Camaro and the individuals that were inside of that red Camaro.
Now, did you ever ask him, or did he ever say in that interview that he recognized anybody at the gas station location?
At the gas station, he specifically said he recognized Bobby Hardy, which is Smoke, and Jamal Ward, which is Merrill.
Were those two individuals in that Instagram photograph we had displayed a few moments ago?
Yes, they were.
Now, what what did he say in relation to seeing them there?
Again, he noted that they were there, number one, and he noted that Mr. Bobby Hardy actually approached the vehicle and spoke with either Tiara Jones or Shakoya Duncan. Again, he kept making reference to they, that's where they hang out at. So I got the impression from the interview, he was just aware of them being present.
And did Shannon Stillwell indicate to you that he was friendly, not friendly? Was there any significance to seeing those specific people that day?
Yeah, he was not friendly. Again, I don't want to give the impression that he was like on edge, but he, as he expressed to me, he was just aware of them, and they're not friends, they're not associates. And again, he took note of them, and he brought to my attention another incident that took place.
Now, I want to ask you, what did he say happened once he got? Did he ever get his food and walk outside?
He did. So he got his food and walked back to the vehicle. And at that time, that's when Mr. Shakoya Duncan decided to go into the store that Mr. Jackson had just left.
Okay. And what happened next? What did he say happened once they got in the car?
Once they all finally got back into the car, he said that they drove off. I think the Camaro had left first and went to the left. And when they got into their vehicle, the driver was instructed to turn right, which would be north on Pryor. And they were going back to where he lived.
Now, Investigator Griffin, got it. Now that the technology's back working, I'm gonna zoom in just a little bit for you. Can you orient the jury? Is this another social media post that you pulled in this investigation?
Yes, it is.
Now, do you recognize that area?
I do.
What neighborhood is it?
That's the Daughtry community.
And who in this photograph specifically was someone that you were looking at in this investigation?
Again, this is the owner of the account. That's Mr. Lewis, and that's Mr. Kelvin Watts, aka Shell Cal.
And what does that gentleman on the far right shirt say?
It's an A and a B and a G.
And Investigator Griffin, when you were speaking with Defendant Stillwell, did he ever identify for you other people that he believed were either in that red Camaro or close by at the gas station?
Yes, he did.
Who were the people he identified?
He identified Bobby Hardy, Jamal Ward, and Kelvin Watts.
And when you were speaking with him, did y'all do any type of photo lineup?
Yes, a photo lineup was shown.
And what did he describe about what he remembered while they were driving after leaving the gas station, but before any shooting took place?
What he described was seeing the red Camaro coming down at a fast rate of speed. It was probably coming south on Pryor. And then he said when he turned the corner, he heard a large revving of an engine. And he said he just took note of the headlights, that it looked like the Camaro that he had saw at the gas station.
And did he say he heard a couple, a few, or a lot of shots?
I believe he gave a count of upwards of 20 is what he told me.
Now, after that interview, and was that in November?
That's correct.
What else did you do in your investigation?
Well, I did obtain warrants for the 3 individuals that the victim identified, but the investigation continues. So again, we try to wait for cell phone records so they could be analyzed. And again, just making myself available to anybody that wanted to speak with me as it relates to this investigation.
And Investigator Griffin, after you took out the arrest warrants, did you ever become aware of any of the individuals that an arrest warrant was taken out of that were not indicted?
That is correct.
Who was that individual?
Kelvin Watts,
Now, I want to also ask you and show you something very briefly. I'm going to mark this as 29 triple delta papa, and one brief moment, Your Honor. Now, Investigator Griffin, I'm showing you what's been marked as 29 triple delta papa. What is that?
This is my lead supplement that I submitted to the DA's office.
And I'm going to grab that back from you. Thank you. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of your report in this case?
Yes, it is.
Now, after you took out arrest warrants, did you ever come to learn of any part of your report in 29 triple delta papa that publicly got released?
I was.
How did that come about in terms of what publicly in your report was out there that you saw?
Well, I saw a snapshot of my police report with the picture of the victim in that case, Shannon Jackson.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 28 triple delta papa. Do you recognize that, Investigator Griffin?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Well, it's a snapshot of my police report that I wrote and submitted to the district attorney's office.
And is it any kind of social media?
Yes, there's a social media account attached with it as well.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the social media account you saw in relation to the release of your report?
I believe so.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to tender into evidence 28 triple delta papa.
Admitted.
I'm going to publish this exhibit, Investigator Griffin, and ask you just a couple questions. Now I'm going to zoom in at the top right. What is the handle associated with this account?
It's going to be YFN. If you can slide it down just a little bit, please.
Can you see it now?
I can. It'll be YFN BC _ Nutlife, NUTLIFE.
And on the left-hand side, who is that a picture of?
That's a picture of the victim, Shannon Jackson.
And is that is this something from what you just referenced, your report of 29 triple delta papa on the left?
Yes, that's the image from my police report.
And without saying what anything said, was there commentary or comments about this?
There was.
And was the general nature of them positive or negative?
Jay, I know it doesn't involve this about.
Sustained.
Was this of concern to you when you saw this?
It was for me, yes.
Why?
One, my police report is now being published on social media. And two, again, Mr. Shannon Jackson in this particular case was a victim. So that's concerning because they're insinuating something that I didn't appreciate.
One brief moment. No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross.
May it please the court, Your Honor. Investigator Griffin,
Yes, sir.
good morning. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning. At some point, I may ask you about the interview, the November 2nd interview with my client. Can I
Okay.
bring up a transcript? I don't want you to read it, but if you need to refer to it, I want you to have it.
I
okay?
appreciate that.
Thank you. May I approach?
You may.
So,
Investigator Griffin, you spoke to my client 3 times in regards to this incident, correct?
that's correct. I did.
All right. And you viewed him as a victim,
Yes, absolutely he is.
and you still view him as a victim.
I still do.
Okay. And on direct, you said you try to be relatable.
Mhm.
In these interviews that are all recorded, you treated Mr. Stillwell with respect, did you not?
I believe so.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Mr. Stillwell treated you with respect, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay. You tried to be kind to Mr. Stillwell.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to you about the facts as you understand them based on your investigation and what Shannon told you in that interview.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about Miss Duncan, Miss Jones, and Shannon Stillwell, who you referred to as Shannon Jackson.
Yes, I apologize if that's not.
No, that's fine. That's fine. In a gray SUV, correct?
I think the color is actually green, but
Green. Okay.
it can be mistaken as gray.
Okay. And what make and model is that car?
It was a Mercury Mountaineer. I don't know the year though.
Okay, that's fine. So they're in a Mercury Mountaineer during this incident.
That's correct.
As you understand it, the lead up to this incident is Mr. Stillwell and Miss Duncan had at that time a 10-month-old daughter together, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And as you understand from your investigation, the plan was for Miss Duncan to come pick up Shannon, and Shannon was to go watch the baby at his grandmother's house, correct?
That is correct.
And his grandmother lives, I don't want to give addresses, but the south of Grant Park.
I don't remember, but if you say that's what it is, I don't
Okay.
remember. I'm sorry.
Couple miles from JJ's Fish.
Yes.
Okay. And so Miss Duncan had asked Miss Jones to drive her to pick up Shannon on Lakewood Avenue.
That is correct.
Okay. And Miss Duncan and Miss Jones are friends or knew each other prior to this incident.
That's also correct.
Okay. And your understanding is Mr. Stillwell did not know Miss Jones prior to this incident.
As he explained it to me, he did not know Mrs. Tiara Jones.
Okay. So Miss Duncan and Miss Jones is driving her green SUV.
That's correct.
And they pick up Shannon at Lakewood and they decide to stop at JJ's Fish. It was JJ's Chicken and Fish?
I think it's JJ's Chicken and Fish. Is the
JJ's Chicken and Fish at the corner of University and Pryor, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So, and at JJ's Chicken and Fish, you learned from Shannon that he saw Bobby Hardy. I think he referred to him as Smoke.
That's correct.
And I just want to correct you. I think you said Jamal Ward. You meant Jamal Baines, correct?
No.
Oh, it was Jamal Ward?
That's correct.
Also Merle?
Yes.
Okay. At that location.
1192 Pryor. That's correct.
And he saw them going in and out of a red Camaro.
I think it was in and out of the Chevron, and then back and forth to the car and inside the Chevron.
And he took note of their presence, but he had no interactions with them at all.
That is correct. He did not have any interaction with him.
Okay. And you were able to obtain the surveillance video from the parking lot of the JJ's Chicken and Fish.
That's correct.
And the surveillance video corroborated that information.
That's correct.
Okay. So your understanding, Mr. Stillwell goes into the store, orders food, waits for the food that he's going to take back to his grandmother's house.
That is correct.
Okay. And at some point, the red Camaro leaves, takes a left. Could you do me a favor? Could you put the map up again, please? Thank you, sir. Yeah, no, it's fine. While they're working to help me, on the surveillance video, you also observed a black sedan.
That is correct.
Okay, and it is an older model black sedan.
Mm-hmm.
And this black sedan on the surveillance video, you tell me, was it interacting with the red Camaro?
And interacting in the sense that people got out and going back and forth, I don't recall. I don't think that's what I saw.
Okay. At some point on the surveillance video, and according to the witness statements, that red Camaro, while Mr. Stillwell, Miss Jones, and Miss Duncan are still at the JJ's, takes a left out of the parking lot and goes south on Pryor, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And maybe 20, 30 minutes after that car left, the car driven by Miss Jones, the SUV, the green SUV, takes a right out of the JJ's parking lot to head north on Pryor.
That is correct.
Okay. And this route that's depicted on this map is, what is this outline? What does that depict exactly?
Yes. I'm not sure if you want me to tell you what people told me, but
well, is that a route that you drove, or is that your understanding of the route that the SUV driven by Miss Jones drove?
no. So this is not the route of the SUV. This would be the route of the red Camaro.
Okay, all right, okay. Thank you for that clarification. So the circuitous route is not the route that the SUV driven by Miss Jones drove.
That is correct. I can show you if you'd like me to, but that is not the route.
Okay. The bottom line is your understanding the SUV was traveling eventually to Mr. Stillwell's grandmother's house?
If I'm not mistaken, I thought it was going to his house. I think they had a disagreement. I could be wrong, but I thought he was going to go to his apartment after they got the food, which is back on the over near Four Seasons. I think that's what I noted in my police report.
Okay. All right. Do you disagree that? And I don't want to talk about specific addresses, but Mr. Jackson gave you, Mr. Stillwell gave you the number of his grandmother.
He did.
And he told you he lived with his grandmother.
If I think on 2 different occasions, yes, he told me he lived with his grandmother, but at another time, he told me he was concerned about getting his house shot up and his grandmother. So I'm not sure if that meant because he lived with his grandmother or if it's 2 different addresses, but I am of that opinion initially, yes.
Okay. So your understanding is this SUV is traveling in the direction, Miss Jones is traveling a route that was being dictated to her by Miss Duncan.
That's correct.
Okay. And in this route, suddenly a car speeds up behind this SUV that has Mr. Stillwell in the backseat.
That is correct.
Okay. And the engine's revving.
That's correct.
Okay. And there's high definition lights that led Mr. Stillwell to believe that that was the same car he saw in the parking lot of the JJ's.
That's correct.
Okay. And then immediately, well, almost immediately after speeding up behind, gunshots ring out.
That's also correct.
Okay. And there's about 20 shots fired at the green SUV that Miss Jones, Miss Duncan, and Mr. Stillwell are in from this car that's speeding up behind them.
That is also correct.
That green SUV is hit in the rear. What did you say, the rear lift gate?
The rear lift gate, that's correct.
Okay, and also the back windshield was shattered, correct?
That is correct.
And according to Mr. Stillwell, upon being hit, the car starts to roll and flip multiple times.
That's correct.
And of course, sadly, you know through your investigation that the driver of the SUV, Miss Jones, was hit in the face with one of the bullets fired from the car that was speeding up behind them.
That's also correct.
Okay. And she lost control of the car.
She did.
Mr. Stillwell told you when the car finally stopped flipping over multiple times, he couldn't breathe. And Miss Duncan had her injuries, and sadly, Miss Jones was deceased.
That's correct.
Okay. The defects that you observed, you took note of the defects in the car.
I did.
And they were all in the rear.
Yeah, the ones that I took note of, they were all in the rear.
Okay. And that is consistent with the information that Mr. Stillwell gave you.
Yes, it was.
Okay. You collected shell casings.
I think approximately 12.
12 shell casings, and they were all from what kind of gun?
The caliber was a 7.62 caliber.
Okay. And the gun that you found on the scene is not the type of gun that would shoot 7.62 caliber ammunition.
That is correct.
Okay. And there was no other shell casings found on the scene from any other guns?
No other shell casing, just the ones that I mentioned.
There is absolutely no evidence at all that any shots were fired from that green SUV, is there?
No evidence at all.
Okay. And you, in fact, not only collected video from the JJ's parking lot, but you also drove the route and looked for, were they city-owned video cameras on the street?
I found out they were owned by the city. That is correct.
Okay, how many different cameras did you find on this?
I'm not certain of the exact number. I might have mentioned it in my police report, but I did take note at that intersection. there was what I thought were security cameras or traffic cameras at that intersection of Milton and Hank Aaron.
Okay, and there's also a traffic light at Milton and Hank Aaron, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so why did you spend your time looking for these surveillance cameras?
Well, again, there was not a lot of people that were willing to tell me what happened or even saw it. So I have to rely on cameras or, of course, the testimony of the witnesses.
Did you view that as an important part of your investigation?
Absolutely.
Did you want to make sure you did collected all video in a timely manner?
Absolutely.
All right, great. Okay, the injuries sustained by the three victims in that green SUV. Miss Duncan, who was in the passenger seat, suffered a fractured leg, correct?
That is correct.
And that was, to be clear, that was from the car accident, the car flipping multiple times, not from gunshots.
That is my understanding. It's from the accident.
Okay. My client, Mr. Stillwell, suffered fractured ribs.
Yes, he did.
Collapsed lung. And when you went to go see him, he had back injuries. The hospital had to actually insert a tube into his back, correct?
Well, I didn't know the last part, but I thank you for telling me that. I knew about the first two injuries.
And those were all from the car flipping over after Miss Jones was shot and lost control of the vehicle.
That is my understanding.
Okay, and then, of course, Miss Jones sadly lost her life.
Yes, sir.
And that was due to a gunshot to her face.
Mm-hmm.
Shot from behind by that vehicle that was speeding up behind the green SUV.
That's correct.
Okay. I think we established that Shannon prior to this day did not know Tierra Jones.
That is also correct.
It is true that in this interview, Shannon repeatedly expressed remorse for what happened to Tierra.
Yes, he did.
He never suggested that what happened was okay in any way, shape, or form.
No, he didn't, which is, again, I think that contributes to the reason why he was willing to speak with me.
And in fact, he requested to write a letter of remorse to Tierra Jones's family.
That is also correct.
And he did so.
He did.
Okay. You discussed a series of incidents that had occurred to Shannon in 2015 in this interview, correct?
One in particular, I'm not sure if there was several, but one in particular.
One and then this one.
That is correct.
Okay, so you discussed, he brought it up to you that someone had shot at him at the green store.
Yes, he did.
And a bullet grazed his forehead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then he in fact told you that people came up to him in a club and said, "You're lucky the gun jammed. Next time it's your ass," correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, of course, there was this incident.
That's correct.
At the time of this incident, you discussed what was going on with Mr. Stillwell. Mr. Stillwell denied any involvement in the murder of Donovan Thomas, correct?
I don't think I specifically asked him that question. That wouldn't have been the focus of my interview. I think another detective might have asked him that, but I didn't specifically ask him that. That's not something that I was interested in knowing.
Well, at the time of this shooting, you did ask, when you were with the gang investigators, the name Kenneth Copeland or Woody came up, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the truth is that at the time of this shooting of Tierra Jones, Woody was in custody. He was in federal custody, correct? Well, you might not know where he was, but he was in custody.
That's correct. I did find out later where he was. That is correct.
Okay. And you spoke with Mr. Stillwell about the ongoing beef between Kenneth Copeland, Woody, and Shell Kell.
Yes, I did.
Mr. Stillwell referred to that beef as generational beef between those two individuals, correct?
He did. He did.
He described the situation as they shoot at Woody and his people, Woody shoots back, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Stillwell was concerned because he felt that people perceived him as Woody's friend.
Yes, that is correct.
And that people were now shooting at him because Woody was in custody and they could not get Woody, correct?
I think I can infer that. I'm not sure if he specifically said that, but I was of the same impression.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you very much, sir.
Sure. Any other defense attorneys with questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing, sir?
Can I ask you a couple of questions about your efforts to obtain surveillance from businesses?
Mhm.
I heard you say that at times it has to be done in a timely manner. I think you adopted that statement when asked for you. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
Can we just talk about your experiences with video surveillance from businesses for a moment?
Okay.
All right. Do they vary how long the images remain on the hard drive or in the cloud, depending upon the type of system that the business uses?
They do. It depends on the system. Some systems actually are just live feeds, so they're not actually recording. And other devices, of course, will hold it for maybe 1 or 2 days. So it all depends on the actual system and the storage that they have available.
Do you ever see some businesses hold it for more than 1 or 2 days?
Not often, but on occasion, yes. But again, it just depends on their system and the amount of storage that they have available.
Okay. If a surveillance video system holds it for 2 days, let's say, okay? So if it's today and tomorrow, well, let's do it this way. Yesterday and today.
Okay.
Okay. So if you run out today, you can get possibly yesterday's and today's is what I hear you saying. Is that?
More than likely, that's correct.
All right. Now let's say tomorrow comes, the 17th day of October 2024. Does the first day drop off and then you can get today and tomorrow? Is that how the systems work in your opinion?
That, in my opinion and in my experience, yes. So it will override the one that is the oldest. And so that means that the next one should be available.
So it kind of just makes room. It purges the oldest, makes room for the newest, and however long it's being kept for.
In my experience, that's correct.
Of course. All right. I want to thank you so much. Oh, did you ever see one where it saves for 2 days, or it's preserved for 2 days, the images on the surveillance camera, and then at the end of that 2 days, it's just all gone, then another 2 days? Or is it always the purge?
In my experience, it just purged.
Okay. I want to thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any other defense attorneys questions? Nope. Any redirect?
Very brief, Your Honor.
All right.
Investigator Griffin.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination, you were asked about a prior incident involving Mr. Stillwell at the Green Store.
Yes, sir.
Did he ever talk to you about who was involved in shooting at him there?
I believe he gave a nickname. But I came to later discover who that might possibly be.
And did they have any connection with the individuals that you took out arrest warrants with in this case?
Initially, no. But the other individual that I believe was responsible.
Your Honor, can the jurors be reminded, unless you don't think so, about the same instruction?
Sure. So whatever's about to be said, if it came from Mr. Stillwell, and I don't know if it did or not, can only be considered as to Mr. Stillwell and as to count one.
You may continue, sir.
Yeah, I do want to correct myself. I don't want to insinuate that it came from Mr. Stillwell, but a nickname came up. The nickname, would you like me to provide the nickname?
You may.
The nickname that came.
If it came from Mr. Stillwell, I have no objection, but if it came from another source, I believe that would be hearsay.
Your Honor, I understand. Let me ask you this. Do you remember when it was asked about running in, somebody ran into Mr. Stillwell at a nightclub and made a comment?
That's correct.
Where was that nightclub?
I think it's the compound, if I'm not mistaken.
Who was it that made that comment to him? That he told you, that Mr. Stillwell told you?
He used the nickname of Stewie.
And was that Stewie a nickname that came up in this investigation?
Later on it did, yes, that's correct.
And what was, from your investigation, did that Stewie ever appear on any of this social media?
Yes, he did.
And was that individual, who were they associated with on social media?
The individuals that I pointed to earlier. So there's pictures with Mr. Kelvin Watts and Mr. Lewis.
And in your conversations with Mr. Stillwell, did If Gang ever get brought up?
Well, my conversation with him, no.
Did your investigation that ever come up?
Yes, my investigation, yes, it did.
And in relation to surveillance videos, have you had a lot of surveillance video systems that have came up in cases that you've worked?
Yes.
And on cross, you were asked about how they're saved or how long they are retained. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do the surveillance systems and their retention policies that you've encountered in homicides you've worked, are they all the same, or are they different systems and policies?
Well, I want to reiterate, my scope is very limited in terms of my experience with dealing with camera systems. Just in the cases that I've worked, they all vary based on, depending on the actual system in place.
Thank you, Investigator Griffin. No further questions.
Thank you.
Can you read across? All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Investigator Kilgore.
Come on up, please stand.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. That's it. State and spell your first and last name for the court's now to. Yes, it's Investigator Jennings Kilgore. It's JENNINGS KILGORE.
Good morning, Investigator Kilgore. How are you?
Good morning. Wonderful. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Would you tell the jury where it is that you currently work?
Yes, I'm currently employed with the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab. I've been there for going on 32 years. I've been in the lab for about 18.
All right. What do you do at the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
We run the network.
Now, what does the NIBIN system do, that National Integrated Ballistics
Integrated Network?
Integrated Network.
So it is a conglomerate of currently 370 computer systems throughout the country. What we do is we take test-fired cartridge cases from crime guns and also cartridge cases from crime scenes, and we put those in the system, and it's an HD 3D imaging system that scans those, and then it searches a database to see if it can find any matches or similarities.
Okay. Now, when you say it takes these cartridge cases and takes a scan of it, a 3D scan of it.
Yes.
This machine, do you have to be trained to use it, or is it something that I could walk in off the street and do?
Yes, the basic training on it is a 40-hour course. And then to be able to view the results, it's another 40-hour course after that.
How much training have you had to hold the position that you hold now?
I've been doing it for 18 years. You know, once you get the initial training, from there, it's more of an apprenticeship. And the more you do, the more you learn.
All right. When you say that cartridge casings and firearms evidence comes into the lab, would you please tell the jury from the time that a piece of evidence is picked up on a crime scene to the time that it goes to the lab, what happens?
We get, say, a firearm. We'll get a firearm from our property unit. We'll bring it upstairs. We'll enter the information in our computer system. And then we'll take that and take the gun into, we have a shoot tank. And we'll fire the gun twice.
Did you say a shoot tank or?
It's a shoot tank. It's a 600-gallon water tank that we can fire the gun into. So we'll shoot it in that, and then we'll collect the cartridge cases, and then we'll take those cartridge cases and put them on the kniving system.
Why are you shooting firearms into a tank of water? What does that do?
Well, it enables us to collect the cartridge cases, but we don't have to go somewhere to a range to do it. We can do it in-house. And then we're also able to collect the bullets if we need them to hold those.
And once you do that, once you shoot or fire the firearm into the shoot tank, what happens with that piece of evidence?
Once we've entered it into NIBIN and we've completed it, we'll do a report on it, and then we'll take it back down to our property unit, and they'll keep it for safe storage.
Would you explain to the jury what it is that is being compared or looked at when a piece of evidence is put into the NIBIN system?
Yes, the NIBIN system has a complex algorithm that takes multi-factors into account. It takes the caliber of the cartridge case, it takes the diameter of the primer, it takes the diameter of the firing pin impression, and also there's fine microscopic markings on it, striations, so that appear when it takes the pictures. There'll be a light color and a dark color. So it takes that all into account, assigns it a value, and then it sends that information to the data concentrator. And that's where the computer searches to see if it can find other cartridge cases that are similar to that.
So if the machine is doing the work, what is it that you're doing as the NIBIN technician or the director of the NIBIN Center?
Once the results come back, then we have to go back and physically look at the images to see if we also see what the computer saw, see if there's a potential match.
Okay. Now, how many pieces of evidence have you scanned or have you entered into NIBIN during your time with the Atlanta Police Department?
I've done just over 24,000 cartridge cases.
And how many firearms have you scanned or test fired?
Just over 8,000.
Are you the only person who works within the NIBIN lab at the Atlanta Police Department?
No, we currently have 7 people doing it.
All right. And are you over the 7 or 6 people?
I'm not over them, but I'm the senior technician.
Okay. When you talk about individual striations, when you talk about those characteristics on the firearms evidence, would you explain in more detail what it is that's leaving those impressions on that piece of evidence?
Yes, when a firearm is manufactured, the manufacturing marks leave impressions and stuff on the metal. And then when the firearm is fired, that imprint is left on the cartridge case.
Okay.
Bullets are the same with the barrel, but with the NIBIN system, we only deal with the cartridge cases.
Okay. Now, are you able to scan unfired projectiles into NIBIN?
No, we cannot do anything with projectiles. It's only cartridge cases.
And are the NIBIN pieces of evidence that you scan, is your computer system connected to other networks so that you can see if there's a hit on other networks, or is it just the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, we currently scan the southeast region of the United States.
Okay.
And eventually it will be nationwide.
Now, when you scan it, and you have the piece of evidence already in NIBIN that you scanned, what happens if someone in a different region scans a piece of evidence years, decades later that might be a potential hit?
Well, that's the thing with the NIBIN system is once it goes in there, it's always in there. So if something were to happen several years down the road and somebody entered that evidence, it would search against it and see if there's a potential lead.
Are you notified when that happens?
I am not.
So how is it that law enforcement is made aware of those occurrences?
The computer system is operated by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
Mhm.
So they have a report called a NEST report
Okay.
that can be pulled by them, and it tells with a particular case number anything that's linked to that, no matter what jurisdiction.
And alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, is that ATF?
Yes, that's the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
During 2015, were you also working your capacity with the NIBIN
Yes, I was.
department? And did you have an occasion to scan firearms evidence from various scenes that were brought to your attention by the Atlanta Police Department gang unit?
Yes.
Did you work on those scenes and those pieces of evidence alone, or were you working in conjunction with the ATF?
I was working those alone when they came in, and then I think the ATF came and got the evidence from property, or one of our investigators would come get it.
Now, would you tell the jury, once NIBIN, the computer system, once it says, hey, there's a potential match, what is it looking at and comparing whatever you just scanned into?
It's looking at those parameters that I described earlier, the caliber, the diameters, the light and dark from the striations. That's what it looks at, and it assigns it a value, and then it searches for something similar to that value.
And what values exist that allow you to say, this is worthy of looking at it or not?
What we'll do is we'll see if there's any similarities between the two. And when I say similarities, it means there's enough of them to warrant further microscopic examination by a firearms examiner under a comparison microscope.
What is enough of them? What is it that you're looking for?
Well, when the striations match up, it's like putting a puzzle together. You can just see how the striations line up, and they're very similar. So once we see that, then we'll do the report and notify the investigators that there's a potential lead between these two.
Does NIBIN produce multiple matches to a single piece of evidence?
It can, if there's multiple crimes, it can, link the cartridge case that's put in to other crimes that have already been entered.
Now, when I'm talking about multiple matches, my question has to do with, does it link one particular piece of evidence that you put in to potentially two different types of evidence from other crime scenes? Does that question make sense?
No. So if we put a 9mm in, it will search to see other 9mm. It would not search against a 40 or a 223 or a 7.62. It only will search to that caliber.
I'm going to first pass along and make certain that we have just one moment, Your Honor. During the time that you did do the NIBIN comparisons in 2015 for the Atlanta Police Department gang unit, did you find were there any potential matches?
Yes.
Do you know overall how many pieces of evidence that you tested during that time?
I don't have a complete number. There were in excess of 20 or 30 cases.
20 or 30 shell casings?
No, some of the cases would have 50, 60, 70 cartridge cases on them.
And
but I'm talking about individual crime scene cases.
And when you say 50, 60, 70 shell casings, do you have to scan each shell casing from a scene?
No, one of the things we do is that we triage. the cartridge cases. So if I were to get a big bag of cartridge cases in, say 20 cartridge cases, the first thing I'm going to do is separate it by caliber. The second thing I'll do is take that particular caliber and then look at the firing pin impression. There's different guns have different firing pin impressions. Could be circular, could be elliptical, could look like a teardrop. So then we'll separate it by whatever firing pin impression. And then we'll look at those and see if we see any similarities. And then we'll group those as similar cartridge cases. And then we'll take one of those examples and put it on the system.
Okay. And did you receive items of evidence from a case number 15008-3128?
I'm not showing that in my stack of reports.
Okay. I'm going to show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 588 Yankee. And I'm going to show it to defense. Question. As well as 577. This is not happening.
Y'all know I'm doing 1,000,001 things. So did we just go to lunch? What's happening, guys? I know, finally up. I got my lunch right here. I'm eating. It's not JJ's, but this is just a bench meeting. So it's almost 12 o'clock. I'm sure we'll go to lunch soon. I mean, it's a Miss Love outfit. If she came out with a line, it would pretty much be patterned tops and solid bottoms in all the colors possible in lab coats. Mhm. So what y'all, I wasn't here with y'all, but what did y'all, oh well, we'll talk about it on lunch.
And Investigator Kilgore, would you tell the jury when evidence is collected from a crime scene and more than one type of shell casing is collected at that crime scene, how does the NIBIN system distinguish a crime scene with multiple different types of evidence?
But when we enter it into the NIBIN system, we'll enter it under the main case number. And then as under that, there'll be subsets. So if you got a 9mm, a 9mm would be entered, a 40 would be entered, a 223 would be entered. So it would all be entered underneath that particular case number. And then they're all associated with that one case.
And if, for instance, a 40 caliber shell casing collected from one crime scene produces a hit to a crime scene in Buckhead, and a 223 shell casing from that same crime scene produces a hit to a crime scene in South Fulton, will you get both of those hits on NIBIN?
Yes, when we read the results from when we enter the cartridge cases, each one would produce its own lead.
And is that what you were talking about when you talked about the subgrouping or the sub report? What is that happening? What's happening at that point?
Well, so each cartridge case that you put in is searched against the database for that cartridge case. So then when the results come back, each cartridge case, even though they're under the same set, will come back with its own result because they've all searched their own caliber subset.
Okay.
So it separates it out like that.
All right. Now, in order to produce a report, what does the NIBIN technician or the investigator have to have done? Is that the person who would have test fired and looked at the cartridge casings after NIBIN has said, yes, there's a hit?
Yes.
Or something
So
different?
once we, like for a firearm, once we fire the gun, we'll take the cartridge cases, put them on NIBIN. We'll get the results back from NIBIN. And then at that point, we would generate a report stating that this was entered into NIBIN.
And if, for instance, on the sheet listing the information about the incident, there are two different names. For instance, you have on one incident number, Supervisor U, for instance. And on another one, you have J. Jenkins. But you're the one that authored the report. What does that mean?
Well, if you're talking about a NIBIN lead report, so the NIBIN lead report, when you print it out, that's separate from our crime lab report. The NIBIN lead report is going to have both exhibits. So one exhibit will be whichever one, say if I put it in, and then the other exhibit will list whoever put that one in.
Okay.
Because like I said, we have 7 people working in the lab, so anybody could have put something in.
Okay.
But it's when you come back and do the correlations, if you're the one that finds the lead, then you're the one that prints out the report.
All right. And when you're looking at correlations, are you looking at the evidence under any kind of microscope?
No, we're looking at the computer screen with the side-by-side images.
All right. And in order, for instance, to get an exact match, do you send the leads out to the GBI or to the ATF for further testing?
Yes, because everything we do is preliminary until it's examined by a firearms examiner under a comparison microscope.
Okay.
It's preliminary at that point.
All right. Did you do a report involving incident 15118? And Your Honor, may Mr. Atkins approach to set up the easel behind the witness? Thank you. 15118. One 554.
Yes.
Okay. And what type of evidence were you looking at when you generated that report?
We received a Diamondback .223 caliber pistol, serial number DB-1804561, and 14 .223 cartridges.
All right. Now, was that Diamondback pistol recovered on the 118th day of 2015?
Yes,
And do you know anything about where it was recovered?
I do not.
All right. Do you know anything about particular people who may be enlisted in the incident report?
I do not. We have a listed suspect of unknown when we received it.
Okay. Is that for any particular reason?
But if at the time we don't have a suspect or there's not one listed, then we do not add one.
When you entered that Diamondback .223 pistol and the 14 .223 cartridges, when you looked at that in NIBIN, was there any hit produced?
Yes, we had 2 potential leads on that one.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. But I don't think that there's been a foundation laid that he is the person that actually viewed or conducted the analysis. So I'd like either some clarity on that. But if he is not, then I would object because it would be hearsay.
Okay, you want to lay a foundation?
Yes.
And also confrontation clause if he was not the one.
Yes, I would. Investigator Kilgore, did you hear the objection that was just made?
Yes.
All right. Now, regarding your actual work in this particular instance, would you tell the jury what it is that you did with the evidence that was collected and brought to the crime lab?
With the firearm or with the lead part of it?
With the firearm and with the lead part.
All right, with the firearm, we brought it up to the lab, processed it, fired it into the water tank.
And when you say we, who is it that you're
Well,
talking
when I'm saying we is the lab.
Okay.
So I brought it up there, fired it in the water tank, and then entered it onto the NIBIN system. Once the results came back, I viewed the correlation results and was able to look at it and see enough similar characteristics with other crimes to warrant further investigation by a firearms examiner.
All right. And so based on the objection that you just heard, was it you then who did that comparison once it was scanned into and produced a hit on NIBIN?
Yes.
All right. So did that particular firearm produce any particular hits to any particular case numbers?
I am not showing that I get a lead on that particular case.
Okay. All right. Did you also examine a firearm from incident 15127-0278?
I did.
Now, were you the person who did that comparison or examination after the NIBIN supercomputer produced the hit?
I was.
All right. Did that particular piece of evidence produce a hit to any particular incident number?
Yes, that one produced 3 potential leads.
All right. Would you please tell the jury the incident numbers that that particular piece of evidence produced leads for?
Yes, the first one was 14273-1889.
The ones in 2015.
The firearm that we're talking about, the first one was from 2014.
Okay.
14273-1889. The second one was 15027-2672. And the third one was 15118-0462.
All right. Once the NIBIN hit is made, do you do anything as it relates to beyond sending it out for further investigation or further examination?
We notify the investigators involved with the case, and then it's sent out to the GBI.
All right. Did you examine evidence from a 15184? And I apologize, let me ask you this. When you're doing your examination, do you assign a unique lab number for the APD firearms lab?
Yes, our crime lab generates its own number. So, and ours, it will start off with APD, then dash, then the year that we created it, and then it will have its own 5-digit number after that.
And the APD lab number for the incident 15127-0278, what was that lab number?
That was APD 2015-01555.
Okay. And what about the APD lab number for incident number 15118-1554?
That was APD-2015-01560.
Okay. Now turning to incident number 15184. Three, 2, 3, 9. Did you examine or did you look at evidence collected from that incident?
I did. We received a Taurus 9mm pistol, serial number TAW 58741, 11 9mm cartridges and a magazine.
And what was the lab number assigned to that?
APD-2015-02043.
Okay. Did that particular evidence produce any hits that you were able to correlate?
I do not see one on my list.
All right. Looking at case number, incident number 15274-0150.
Yes.
Did you receive evidence from that incident number?
Yes, we received a Smith & Wesson 40 pistol, serial number VJJ9110, 940 cartridges in a magazine, and a Romarm 7.62 by 39 millimeter rifle, serial number AO-1820-82RO, and 22 7.62 by 39 millimeter cartridges.
726.
What's that?
72639.
7.62 by 39 millimeter cartridges and one magazine.
Okay. Do you have any way of knowing or recalling when it was that you received the evidence from 15274-0150?
We received it at the lab on October 8th, 2015.
And does the incident number correlate with the date of October 1st, 2015?
I would have to consult the Julian calendar, but the Julian date for this one was 2/7/4, so it would be right around that time.
Okay. And did that particular NIBIN scan produce any hits?
I do not see any.
Okay. Did you also look at evidence from 15, and this is APD incident number, 15-118-0462?
Yes, we received 6 223 cartridge cases and 28 7.62 by 39 millimeter cartridge cases.
And were those all from one scene or from different scenes?
From one scene.
All right. Did the cartridge casings from 15-118-0462 come in around, when did you all receive those cartridge casings in the lab?
We received those on May the 12th, 2015.
And does the incident report number correspond with an incident date of April 28th, 2015 or thereabout?
Yes, that Julian date is 1/18, so it would be right around that time period.
All right. Did that particular incident number create any NIBIN hits?
Yes, that one created 2 NIBIN leads.
All right. Would you tell the jury the case numbers associated with the NIBIN leads that this particular evidence generated?
First one.
I'm actually going to object to his testifying to that. That would be hearsay. If he's simply reading information that was provided to him, that would be hearsay, and I object to it.
Do you want to respond?
Yes, ma'am. My response is that Investigator Kilgore is the person who operated the NIBIN equipment. He is the person qualified, and he is the person who's been trained to read results that are put out from this system and to look for particular correlations on the actual results, and that he alone is interpreting what he is looking at to determine whether there's viability to the results such that he should send it off somewhere else. So it's not hearsay, it's...
Do you want to have him qualified?
Yes, we'll qualify Investigator Kilgore.
And let me also say that we've not received a business records certification for the records that are produced by the.
It hadn't been admitted or even tendered. So,
Well, if he's reading from those records, they would have to be admitted. Although again,
no, that's not true.
well, I would object to any information that's on those records being testified to. They are hearsay, and if there are documents or from a document that is created in the regular course of business, there would need to be either a custodian of records or a certification, neither of which has been provided.
That is incorrect. Do you want to have him qualified as an expert?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right.
In NIBIN and the operation of the NIBIN equipment that he has been trained and experienced to deal with.
All right. Any objection?
Judge, under 901, There is a notice requirement with respect to the business record certification.
All right, we're not talking about a business record certification right now.
Okay.
There's been nothing offered about that. So he is so qualified and may testify as
I would
such.
object to his being qualified as an expert in the field that was just tendered.
Okay, I need you to talk a little more into the mic, and I'm sorry, you asked for objection before. So you do have objection to his qualification
I do.
as an expert?
Yes.
Do you want to voir dire him?
Sure.
All right.
And Your Honor, we've also had other hearings. Albert, if you want to voir dire him out.
I don't recall him being qualified previously.
He was. We had a Daughtry hearing.
Ah, on this witness?
Yes.
Okay, well then he is qualified.
Well, if they can present that, I'd be happy to withdraw my objection, but I don't
All
have any
right, you know
recollection.
what? Why don't we break for lunch? It's lunchtime anyway. We need to sort out a couple of other things as well. Jurors, I'm going to ask y'all to come back at 1:30.
All right, for the jury.
And Your Honor, if I could clean the record, if I could just clean.
Hang on just a sec.
Yeah. I'm checking. I think we should all.
Okay, yes, sir.
Judge, I was just going to clean the record. If I said 901, I meant 90211, notice under business records.
Okay, but nobody's offering something as a certified business record. So I think we might be getting ahead of ourselves a little bit.
And Your Honor, I'm the one that actually examined this witness during the Daughtry hearing.
All right, so do you have anything you can point us to for like a date or an order or anything like that?
Yes, that's what I was actually having our team do.
Okay.
And just to be clear, if I don't recall him being qualified previously. If he has been, and we do have an order, because we've got orders on everything. I just don't have my binder to those. So if he has been so qualified, then obviously I would withdraw my objection in regards to
Okay.
that.
All right, and then what all did we need to sort out about, well, we can excuse the witness for now. We'll see you back at 1:30, please.
Thank you.
So what we were looking at, Your Honor, was I went to the witness. What we were looking at were the reports that Investigator Kilgore just talked about and the entries. It's called a cartridge case image comparison exhibit information.
Okay.
That is generated when.
And are those your 588Y and 577Y?
Yes, and
Okay.
since
Which
there
one's which?
So 587Y is the report.
Oh, I thought you said five. Is there also a 577 or did I just?
You didn't make it up. There he is.
Okay.
Yes, and the 577Y is the cartridge case image comparison exhibit information for incident number
587Y is his report for all of these or just for a particular one?
The way it works is when they get an incident report and case information or evidence from that incident report, it's specific to a particular report.
Okay.
So this particular one, 587, is for incident report number 151180462.
Okay.
And for the court's edification, I'm not going to do it while the witness is on the stand. This is for the April 28th shooting at Adele.
Okay.
You know, and Mr. Atkins has been so kind as to find the order for the Daughtry.
Okay.
So he's going to email it to counsel for the defense and to the court. I'm sorry, Mr. Brown found it. and
Okay,
they're
so
sending to
it is an
everybody.
order that says, what's the date? And just tell us what it says.
The date is January 10th, 2023.
Okay.
And the order says, order permitting expert testimony from Investigator J. Kilgore pursuant to OCGA 24-7-702.
And qualifying him as an expert in NIBIN and
specifically qualifying him scrolling kind of fast, as an expert, to not an expert, but specifically.
all right, so when we go back on the record, you'll withdraw that objection? All right. So that settles that one issue. All right, now with regard to whether the couple of documents that y'all approached the bench about were, I guess, tagged as documents that were going to, exhibits that were going to be used with this witness, has anybody been able to figure that out yet?
I think that they were.
In part.
Okay.
So we received an email with a list of witnesses and the purported exhibits to go along with that particular witness back on August the 9th.
Okay.
They contained a number of documents, some of which I see Miss Love to have in her possession, but one of specifically the report, Mr. Kilgore's report, was not included amongst those, and I presume there's more than one.
Okay, and like when you say report, it sounds like maybe there's a different report for each.
Sure.
So there's, I can show you. And I'm not going to give them matching ones, I'll just give you the examples.
Okay. And is there some particular report that was not included?
Yes, what Ms. Love is holding in her left hand is the report indicating, if I'm correct, that Mr. Kilgore is a person who, I guess, entered. That is correct.
Okay. Examined it after the evidence was entered into NIBIN.
Sure, that report.
Uh-huh.
That report's not included amongst the, and I don't know if there's more than one to go along with each individual case number.
Any reports like this?
You know what? I'm not going to say we didn't get it in discovery. What I'm saying is that in regards to
It wasn't specifically pointed out.
in August, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And I'm not, again, full candor. We do have some. I see, for example, some colored a NIBIN chart and so forth that Ms. Love has. We have those. Those came in August, but that report that you have in front of you and any that are like it are not included.
And was this?
So that is the report.
All this says is they were entered into the database.
By that individual, by Mrs. James Kilgore.
Okay, well, he can testify to that without the report. So I don't see that it really matters whether, I mean, I also don't know why you would need to actually have this admitted into evidence either.
Right.
If we're during the testimony anyway.
Certainly, just to be clear, that my request or approach was that she had some documents that she looked to be intended to introduce, and that those documents simply didn't look familiar to me. And so before we got into them, we wanted to take a look and see if we had been served with them.
If you want to, now that we're on the lunch break, and you've seen them all, if you want to ask the witness before he gets back on the stand about any of them, but if it's nothing more than a report that says I'm the one that entered this into the NIBIN computer, then it may be that you still want to object to those being admitted into evidence because you didn't get notification, but
We've got over the lunch break. I'm happy to take a look at the documents that Ms. Love has.
Okay.
And see if we have any objection to them. I suspect we may not. That appears to be, I'm not sure, that appears to be the only type of document that we weren't served with most recently, but I'll take a look.
okay. And when y'all walked up, she had in her hand kind of a chart, a comparison chart. Is there any issue about that, or did she just happen to have that in her hand at the time?
I think she just had that in her hand.
Okay.
I think we got that in.
All right. So y'all will get together and sort out.
Make sure
if
we're on the same
there's-
page with the documents.
All right. That sounds good. Anything else we need to think about before we break for lunch?
Not at this time.
Okay. I did want to ask one question. So there was one thing that he had put in there and then it didn't come back as matching to anything. Are we going to have, I mean, that seems not relevant. Are we going to have much more of that?
So the one that didn't come back from his scan, not the ATF, was the firearms that were collected from Mr. Arnold and Mr. Kendrick on October the 1st, which they just heard about. And I thought it pertinent that they know.
Okay, but there's not going to be a whole lot of other, and this had no match to anything.
No, the fact that I wanted.
Yeah, I understand for that one. Okay.
Right. And so I was actually, and thank you for, you reminded me that I thought that was an issue. There were actually 3 of them that
Are
I
you
made.
going to have him testify to the other 2 that didn't come back as matches? And if so, is there relevance to that?
Yes, so the incident report, because they are incidents that we have other information about.
We're going to have IT come at lunch and try to sort out why our sound is messing up yet again.
So the incident reports that I have him talking about are incident reports that the jury has heard information about.
Okay.
And even if there's not, and I think like Mr. Adams said, there may be only about 3.
Okay, just to say they did all of it, they followed up or whatever. Okay, that's fine.
So my position would be the relevance.
Okay, well, I think on that, given that there has been suggestion that APD only did what they wanted to do and for particular results, I would overrule a relevance objection. Okay, whose phone offered the unsolicited math facts?
Mine, when the,
Okay, so I assume you must have your setting on where you don't have to say, hey Siri, or push it, it just listens at all times?
Yeah.
Oh, he said serious and it thought it was.
Phone picked up the, yes, sir.
Okay, well, hopefully that won't happen again. All right.
Can I ask you?
Yes. And everybody else can break for their lunch.
Can I ask a question,
Yeah.
a substantive question? I'm not so sure all these projectiles, shell casings have ever been introduced into evidence. I'm trying to check to make sure, but if they're not, then this witness is testifying as to doing work on an item that we don't see what he's looking at. So I'm voicing that objection. And I want to give everyone over the break, because if they're all in evidence, then he can identify it. But all he's doing is saying, I looked at a report number and here's what I do, without saying, yeah, this is the projectile or not projectile. The,
shell casing.
yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. That's my objection.
The jury has seen photographs of each of the crime scenes that we're talking about. So I don't know if the objection is that we want to see the physical piece of evidence, but the jury has the information to know which crime scene. That's why we put that information in.
It's really not the objection. It's not a photograph. It's the item. He, meaning this witness, said, you get the item, you run it through this NIBIN, and then you have to visually support it with his expertise. A photograph, you can't do that. My objection is, and it's best evidence rule,
You're
because
looking
of
for
chain of
the
custody.
actual shell casing.
Exactly. If it's not in evidence, I don't know. There seems to be a break.
Well, whether it's in evidence or not, is there a chain of custody objection or?
Custody, and he has no idea. He's reading a report. There's no evidence before him that he looked at to say, yes, I checked this out. I verified this. He's just saying it came back for Niven, and then I'm looking at another report and it had a hit in another case.
Okay, with regard to chain of custody,
so, Your Honor,
I would imagine if he hasn't, he can, if the questions are posed, establish that whichever one he is testing that's, crime incident report XYZ, how he got that and that came from. So given that objection, you need to establish that.
And we did also with the crime scene technicians, if the court will remember, that was another reason we put them up, because they each testified as to what they collected.
Right.
And
So
what they
as
did
long
with
as he says, and I got it from whatever.
Okay.
Then I think that would satisfy chain of custody. But you seem to be making a second objection as well, that unless the actual shell casing is admitted into evidence, nothing he testifies to can be testified to.
That's not.
I'm not so sure we're talking about the same item. He's saying a report.
Okay, well, I'm going
So-
to overrule that.
Can I have a continuing objection
You
and
may.
make sure that, and I heard what you ordered, so I'm sure it'll be done, but that this witness actually said, yes, I received the evidence from this scene on this date and I looked at it. Yes, that would be my objection. Otherwise, he's just reading reports, and that's what I'm
Well, I
objecting.
think chain of custody needs to be established as to each of them, given that objection. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
See y'all at 1:30. Yes.
Okay, y'all, I have to I got a court hearing, so y'all got to figure out what y'all doing on lunch, but I'll be back when we come back from lunch, okay?
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome
Ivan for that particular crime scene?
We received a sealed package with 6 9mm cartridge cases.
All right. And when you put those cartridge cases into Niven, were there any leads generated?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And what were the case numbers for the leads that were generated?
The 150080094 had a potential lead with 161031208.
Repeat the last number.
The 150080094, and then the other one was 161031208.
Okay. And if you would just slow it down enough when you're talking so that the court reporter can get all those numbers. Now, when you speak of a potential lead, is that because you have not sent it to the crime lab at the GBI or the ATF for that final firearms examiner to look at it under an even higher power?
Yes.
Microscope?
The Niven lead is just a preliminary lead until it's examined by a firearms examiner and confirmed, then it's preliminary.
Do the Niven leads allow Atlanta police to further their investigations into certain crimes?
Yes, it enables them to be able to look at the other crimes, but it's not enough for a warrant or anything like that.
All right. And let me ask you this. In the event, hypothetically, that you look at evidence, you do the correlation, that evidence matches a crime scene, and someone comes in and says, oh yeah, I did it, once confronted with the fact that there was a Niven hit. Generally, is it the practice of the Atlanta Police Department to go a step further if it's not a murder? In other words, do they send it to the crime lab if they have someone who is already admitting to it?
Yes, they will still send it to the crime lab.
Okay. And is that in every instance that they send the Niven hits to a crime lab?
Not every instance. Sometimes if there's no suspects or victims or anything that we know of, they may hold off on it until something else comes along. But it's every lead is not sent to the crime lab.
Are property damage leads generally sent to the crime lab?
Not generally, not unless they need to follow up with some sort of other crime.
And when I say property damage, what do you understand me to be meaning?
Something where somebody wasn't actually shot.
Okay. Do you have access to the incident reports at the time that you're doing your correlation?
Yes, but we don't generally look at those.
Why?
Just to stay unbiased.
So
not to involve ourselves with the crime itself.
So you're with the Atlanta Police Department, but you don't want to involve yourself with the crime itself, you said?
Correct.
Okay. Do you not list on your reports, when you notify the officers, any information about the crime scene itself?
No.
Like a victim or a suspect?
Well, if the victim or suspect, if we have that information, we'll include it on our crime lab report.
Okay.
But that's generally as far as we'll go with it.
And what is the purpose of that information?
Just have it in the report itself.
Okay. On the report generated for 15, and this is for incident number 150080094. And I will label it, Your Honor, and I will not tender it, but I will label it and provide Mr. Adams the copy he requested.
Okay.
I will label it 570 Yankee, Mr. Adams.
Okay.
On that report is the victim Stacy Adams that's listed.
Yes.
And when you spoke about the potential leads to case number 161031208, would you tell the jury what it is that matched from one crime scene to another, or that produced a potential lead from one
Yes.
crime scene to the other?
Yes, 16103-1208 was a CZ 9mm pistol,
Mhm.
serial number B180139, 15 9mm cartridges and a magazine. And 15008-0094 was 6 9mm cartridge cases.
And again, you can't talk about what happened in incident 16103-1208 or the other one.
I'm not familiar with the particulars.
And Your Honor, just for the record, I'm going to call the next exhibit that I refer to 571 Yankee Alpha.
Okay.
Was there a report generated to make an investigative, to alert the officer regarding incident 16103-1208?
Yes, we printed out a NIBIN lead report. And that information is relayed to the officer to let them know that there was a potential match.
And was that forensic technician Stanton that sent the officer that information, or that generated that report?
Yes, Stanton entered the gun into the NIBIN database.
And that report we have labeled as 571 Yankee Alpha. Now, would you describe for the jury what the IBIS HD3D match point cartridge case image comparison sheet consists of?
Yes, one side of the sheet is the reference exhibit, which is the one that we put in. The other side of the sheet will be the test exhibit that the computer and the technician look at to say that there's a potential lead between the two.
And go ahead.
All the sheets are separated one side to the other, so that way you can look at them.
And if you would, don't publish anything to the jury until we tender it, okay?
Sorry.
Thank you. Does it also consist of a picture of what you are looking at when you are doing the correlation?
Yes, when we mark it as a potential lead, it captures that picture.
Okay.
So that anybody else that comes behind us can look at it and be able to see what we were looking at.
And labeling, Your Honor, the next exhibit that I'm going to refer to as 570 Yankee Bravo.
Can I go back and ask you a question? Because Ms. Love, about you said 570 Yankee, and then you said 571 Yankee Alpha, and then 570 Yankee Bravo. Is that right?
I misspoke. It should have been 570 Yankee
Okay.
Alpha.
All right, I was wondering.
My apologies.
No problem.
Mr. Adams. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. And 570 Yankee Bravo being that match point exhibit information with the cartridge sheet. What number did you assign to that? The 444 number, what does that mean?
The 44 number is, as we were getting these leads, we created an Excel spreadsheet.
Mhm.
So that's the number, that was our 444th lead that we generated. So that's where that number is coming from. So we can go back to that spreadsheet and look for that number and be able to find them.
And is that the lead generated for that year?
That's the total number.
Okay. All right. And do you have anything at all to do with locating or apprehending any suspects that are found as a result of these?
I do not.
NIBIN hits? Okay. Moving to 15127 0278. And labeling the report regarding that incident number 571 Yankee. And for lead number 406, and for lead number 406.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was there a suspect on this particular incident number for the Atlanta Police Department, 151270278, for the item that you entered into NIBIN?
Yes, we listed a suspect of Quindarius Zachary.
And what piece of evidence did you enter into NIBIN for that particular incident number?
A Bushmaster 223 pistol, serial number D03525 and 31223 cartridge cases.
And was there a NIBIN hit or lead number of 406 for that report?
Yes.
And I'm labeling that 571 Yankee Alpha. What crime scenes did that piece of evidence produce a NIBIN hit to?
It produced a NIBIN lead to 15118-0462.
Right. Did it produce a NIBIN hit or lead for any other crime scene?
Yes, we generated one other lead with that. So that one, the 15118-0462, the first lead, number 406 that we just talked about, was 223 cartridge cases. There were also 7.62 by 39 millimeter cartridge cases on that scene. And that one had a potential match with 15118-0588.
And momentarily, I'm going to ask you to put on the clipboard beside you this information to make it a little bit easier for the jury to understand and absorb, okay? For that last incident number that you listed, ending in 0588,
yes.
Did you have either a suspect or a victim listed for that one? And I'm turning your attention, let me ask you this, to the 151180462.
A suspect for that one?
A suspect or a victim for that one?
Yes, that one had a victim of a Denise Beal, B-E-I-L.
Do typos ever happen when this information is being entered?
Yes, sometimes the information's handwritten on envelopes, so we have to do as best we can with it.
Your Honor, I am labeling the report for 151180462 as 572 Yankee. Is there also a lab case number associated with each of these reports?
Yes, there is. With 151180462, the lab case number is APD-2016-00216.
Okay. And what was the hit number for that particular incident?
405.
Your Honor, I'm labeling that sheet 572 Yankee Alpha. And turning your attention to 151180288 and the report associated with that incident number, which the state will label 573 Yankee. What is the lab case number for incident 151180288?
Lab case number is APD-2016-00215.
And what is the lead number or hit number for that, which the state will label 573 Yankee Alpha?
So that one had two separate leads on it, numbers 407 and 408.
407 is labeled 573 Yankee Alpha, and 408 is labeled 573 Yankee Beta. What pieces of evidence was it that you put into NIBIN for that incident number, that APD incident number 151180288?
So we received 7 10mm cartridge cases, 9 45 ACP cartridge cases, 14 40 cartridge cases, and 23 223 cartridge cases. So we entered one cartridge case from each of those groups.
And which piece of evidence matched which particular incident number or gave a hit to which particular incident?
So number 407 was linked with 40 cartridge cases, and 408 was potentially linked with 45 ACP cartridge cases.
And when you said 40 cartridge cases, did you mean the caliber? Or
40 caliber, yes.
Thank you. Now moving along to incident number 15254-0119 and the report for that incident, which the state is labeled 574 Yankee. Would you tell the jury what the lab case number is for that incident report?
APD-2015-02723.
And were there any potential leads for that particular report?
Yes, let's see.
Was that lead 355?
Yes, it was 355 and 356. There were two potential leads on that one.
Your Honor, we're labeling 355 as 574 Yankee Alpha and 356 as 574 Yankee Charlie. And in the middle, is there a report issued for incident number 150783205?
Yes. 150783205, correct.
What is the APD lab case number for that report?
APD-2015-01208.
Your Honor, we're labeling that report 574 Yankee Beta. Would you please tell the jury what pieces of evidence were collected and matched or potentially matched to which incident number?
We received 645 ACP cartridge cases and 340 cartridge cases. So that 356 was with the 45 cartridge cases, 45 ACP cartridge cases.
Okay. Did you also look at or receive evidence from incident numbers where there was not a NIBIN hit or lead at the time that you did your correlation?
Yes.
For 152740150, which, Your Honor, we had previously labeled the report 585 Yankee Alpha. That should be 575 Yankee. What was the APD case number or lab case number for incident 152740150?
Lab case number was APD-2015-02795.
And who were the suspects listed on that report?
Diamante Kendricks and Martinez Arnold.
And what was the evidence that was put into NIBIN for that report?
We received a Smith & Wesson 40 pistol, serial number VJJ9110, and a Romarm 7.62 by 39 millimeter rifle, serial number AO-1820-82RO.
And what was the date of the report that was generated regarding this evidence?
The report date was 12/4/2015.
And since 12/4/2015, have you received no additional information about this particular firearm?
Not at this time. I have not received any potential leads or anything.
All right. And again, does that include ATF or just Atlanta Police Department? You've not gotten any?
I haven't gotten anything from anyone.
And with respect to report 15118-1554, which we will label 576 Yankee, States Exhibit 576 Yankee, is this one as well that did not produce any?
Correct.
And what was the case number, the lab case number?
APD-2015-01560.
And what was that report date?
7/1/2015.
And the next three as well, I believe did not produce any hits, but you correct me if I'm wrong. We're talking about now what we will label States Exhibit 577 Yankee for case number 15184-3239. What was the lab case number?
I'm not showing that in my stack.
I'll approach and show you the.
That was APD-2015-02043.
And what was the report date?
11/4/2015.
And who were the suspects that you had as to those or that piece of evidence?
Marcuvus Gray and Trontavius Stevens.
And what was the evidence?
A Taurus 9mm pistol, serial number TAW-58741.
And States Exhibit 578 Yankee, would you tell the jury with respect to incident 15006-0301 what the lab case number was for 578
I have
Yankee?
that one. It was APD-2015-01039.
Who were the suspects?
Alexis Greer and Diamante Kendricks.
And what was the evidence?
a Smith & Wesson 40 pistol, serial number DWE 8593.
And finally, as to what we are labeling State's Exhibit 579 Yankee for incident 150680293, what was the APD lab case number?
APD-2015-01772.
Were there any hits for that particular piece of evidence?
There were not.
And what was the evidence?
It was a Sky Industries 9mm pistol, serial number 029828.
All right. As you described earlier, how multiple pieces of evidence could connect with multiple crime scenes, did I ask you before you came in here to diagram out what it was that you were telling to the jury?
Yes, you did.
And would you please diagram out on the flip chart in front of you what it is that you were explaining when you talked about various crime scene evidence matching multiple different crimes?
Yes.
You can have it. Thank you. Here, and if you would explain as you draw what it is that you're drawing.
I'm going to go by the complaint numbers, just describe the calibers.
That's fine. And Your Honor, after this will be all that I have.
Okay.
And if you could do it like you in school and make sure you don't put your back to the people you talk to.
Okay.
If it's easier for you to move that to some other place, you can do that too.
All right, so we're going to start off with just one complaint number. Voice up, okay.
Can't.
He's not going to be able to draw and hold a microphone.
See if I can stand further this way.
It,
All right, so we're going to start off with 15.
that is just
254 0119, which was a 45 Ruger pistol. So from that one, we got potential leads 15118 0588, and also 15078 3205.
And what were those lead numbers?
355 and 356.
Would you put them on there?
So from there, this case 15118 also had 7.62 by 39 cartridge cases. Those 7.62 by 39 cartridge cases link back to 15118 0462. So that is going to be
Is that lead 405?
405. One 0462 also had 223 cartridge cases. These were 7.62 by 39.
And so that our record is clear, when you said these were 762 by 39, which APD incident report number are you talking about?
15118 0462 and 15118 0588. So the 15118 118-0462 were the 223s. It had a potential link with 15127-0278, which was a 223 firearm. I'll have to excuse my writing. And there were two previous leads to those 223s that were not in this stack.
Okay.
So they were the ones that we had discussed. So those case numbers were 15027-2672 and 14273-1889. So that's all from that section for those particular cases.
Okay.
Now, the 16103-1208 was a CZ 9mm pistol that had a potential link with 15008-0094.
And what number was that? Was that lead 444?
444. And then the last section, you have 15118-0288 that were 40 cartridge cases. They had a potential match with 15019-2400. But 15118-0288 also had .45 ACP cartridge cases that had a potential lead with 15092-2269. And those were 407 and 408.
And I'm going to give you what has been labeled as State's Exhibit 580 Yankee and ask you if 580 Yankee accurately reflects what you just drew.
It does.
And Your Honor, as a demonstrative, I'm tendering 580 Yankee.
All right. That's admitted.
No objection as a demonstrative only.
Thank you, Judge. And for the, just as an example of the imagery that you look at, under the microscope. As we're pulling that up, I have a couple of final questions for you. Do you have any way of knowing once a NIBIN hit comes in, who it was that possessed a particular firearm at any particular time?
I have no idea.
And is that your role to try and figure that out?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, if there is no objection, we would tender the exhibits that we referenced with this witness. But if there is, we can refrain from doing that.
Is your mic on, Ms. Love?
I took it off with the intent to give it to the witness. I apologize.
It's all right.
May I speak with Mr. Adams?
Sure.
An objection.
Okay.
I'm going to object as these reports as being cumulative of the witness's testimony, so it testified to the same matters that are contained.
Can I see, is it just like the one are they all essentially like the one I looked at before?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is there a response?
Yes, Your Honor. A couple of things. You're getting the marked up ones that I'm letting Mr. Adams hold, but we're going to give and tender clean copies of
Sure.
those. And as it relates to the reports, in as much as they are reflective of the evidence that he was performing the correlations for, I don't believe that especially where there's the picture, I don't believe that that is cumulative. It is representative. It's an illustration of the evidence and what he was actually looking at on the screen.
Okay. So it seems like maybe, I don't know, these reports might be one thing, and then the things like the whole list of what gets looked at.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the picture might be another.
I understand. So what we will do then is tender the IBIS track sheet that has the evidence that they examined.
All right.
And not the reports.
Okay.
So you've got 3 pages for each particular
I don't know, do you? Some of them are in a little bit of a challenging order, but.
3 particular items.
Okay.
You've got the report, you've got the IBIS.
Right. Okay.
So I would not have any objection to the
IBIS in the photograph?
The photograph. The IBIS, I would add to my objection that it contains hearsay, to the extent that it has findings and entries on there, I believe.
It has, I'm sorry, what?
Findings and entries, information on there that is from someone else as opposed to just Mr. Kilgore. So I object to the report, to the IBIS, but not to the photograph.
Any response, Ms. Love?
Yes, Your Honor. The correlation was done by Investigator Kilgore. The photograph is reflective of the evidence that is listed on the IBIS track report. And in as much as one sort of describes the other, we would ask that both be admitted and they are not hearsay.
Can I ask you a question? Investigator Kilgore, the things on the IBIS track that are like the firing pin outline and inner and outer outlines, is that something that a human being puts in, or is that something that the IBIS, whatever it, or the NIBIN and IBIS generate after evaluating on their own as supercomputers or whatever?
The firing pin outline and the breech face outline and all that, when the computer is taking the images, it has they have circles
And
that
then
go on there.
spitting out that information.
So when it takes the picture, it's measuring the diameter of the primer, the diameter of the firing pin impression. So that's the measurement that the computer does, so it's automatically generated.
I'm going to overrule the hearsay objection then. So not the reports, but the pictures in the IBIS, those documents are admitted over hearsay objection. All right, I'm going to hand all these back and y'all can sort out what actually goes in. Sure. All right, is there cross? All right.
And Your Honor, I'm giving these to.
Okay, and so the A's and the B's would be the things that are from my records, or why don't y'all just, even at the end of the day, you can tell me what it is. That'll be fun. That'll work better.
And Judge, as I passed the witness, I was demonstrating with the witness the photograph, what they're looking at, but I can do that on redirect with the court's permission and Mr. Adams.
Okay, that's fine. However, doesn't matter.
That's fine.
All right, may I proceed?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Kilgore,
Yes, sir.
I've got just a couple questions for you, if that's okay.
Okay.
And you and I have had a chance to chat briefly about these reports that you have in court with you today. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I want you to help me, if you can, to just kind of break it down, because you've testified for a while, but I think, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that we can kind of simplify it this way. You are not a firearms examiner.
I am not.
Okay. So a person that actually looks at evidence and makes a determination, for example, of whether a particular cartridge was fired from a particular gun, is a firearms examiner. That's not you.
Correct.
Okay. In your capacity, and you work for APD.
Yes.
Right? You work with their lab.
Yes.
All right. What you do, if I heard you correctly, is that you receive items of evidence tied to particular cases, right?
Yes.
Those items of evidence come into you from whoever the case agent is, the case detective or police officer, right?
Yes.
So, for example, a detective, I'm just using this name, Thorpe, might submit cartridge cases to the lab for them to be recorded, analyzed, for you to examine their characteristics. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. You were asked on direct examination, okay, who's the suspect? What's the suspect name or the victim name or something like that? You remember those questions?
Yes.
That's not something that you do. You don't make a determination as to who a potential suspect is or who a potential victim is in a particular case that comes to you, right?
No, we only record what comes in the packaging or a submission form. If it has that, we just record what's there.
Okay. So the submission form is, as you reference, when you get those items of evidence, and hypothetically, I'm talking about, let's say, some shell casings, right? You would have a submission form that has those items, and it has some information, usually filled out, I presume, by the detective.
Yes.
That has the name of a potential suspect, the name of a potential victim, perhaps.
Correct.
All right. You would not know whether that's accurate or not. That's just the way the information comes in.
Correct.
A detective, for example, may label someone as a suspect. Later on, may turn out that person's not a suspect.
Correct.
All right. You have nothing to do with that.
Nothing.
All right. And you can't vouch for the accuracy of those recitations by the detective or the case agent or police officer.
Correct.
All right. You get the items. It may be a cartridge case. True?
Yes.
Maybe a gun.
Yes.
It may be a projectile, perhaps?
We
Or not?
sometimes get projectiles, but the NIBIN system is not set up to do projectiles.
Okay. In the case of, for example, a cartridge case, a shell casing, you would do a visual inspection, that may be the wrong word, analysis of it to determine what some characteristics that it may have.
Correct.
All right? All right. Once you've done that, you input those findings into the machine.
Yes.
Is that right? Is there a step in between that, or am I still on the right track?
No, once we determine which cartridge case, then we'll pick that cartridge case and it gets entered into the NIBIN machine.
Okay, so just to break that part down a little bit, you may have an evidence submission that comes in with 10 cartridge cases, right?
Correct.
You'll pick maybe one out of those 10.
Correct. Once we triage it.
Okay, triage.
Triage is what I explained earlier. So if we get 10 cartridge cases and 5 of them are 9mm and 5 of them are 40s, we'll separate those out first by caliber.
Right.
And then from there, we'll look at the firing pin impression. You know, if they're all circular, then we'll look to see if we see any similarities.
There you go.
And then pick one.
Okay.
But if there's no similarities or they're different shapes, then we'll again separate it out into another group.
Okay.
But that's just triaging to do a preliminary, I guess, a division of them.
Okay. They have similarities, then you pick one out of that group.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And again, that's not a final determination. That's just kind of preliminary determination.
Preliminary, correct. Once the firearms examiner looks at it, they'll make the final determination to say, yes, all of these came from the same firearm, or no, they didn't.
Right. But when it's there with you, that determination is not being made there.
I cannot do that, no.
Right. You put it into the machine, and that's the, what is it called? The IBIS 3D HD?
Yes.
Okay. You put it into that machine makes a determination the machine does, that this particular item may be matched to another item in its system, in the NIBIN system.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Kind of like a fingerprint, perhaps.
Yes,
All right.
similar to the APHIS system, yes.
Okay, like the APHIS system where you got a fingerprint and the machine may say this fingerprint is a potential match to a fingerprint from some other case.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now that's not the end of it though, because once that determination is made that there is a quote unquote lead by the machine, then the items are sent to a firearms examiner to make a final determination.
Correct.
That is why you said earlier a couple of times that the computer determines that they may be a potential match.
Yes.
Right? Because potential meaning it may end up being a match, it may not have enough characteristics that an expert would say these two things match.
Right.
And when I say these two things, meaning you may have a shell casing in one case that ends up matching with a shell casing in a different case, right?
Correct.
Meaning that those two shell casings may have been fired perhaps from the same gun.
Correct.
All right. As Ms. Love asked you, the results, the potential or preliminary results that you get do not tell you who possessed a particular shell casing or firearm, right?
Correct.
Don't tell you how or when that shell casing, that bullet, or that gun was used, right? It doesn't tell you, even if there is a potential match, one case to another, that that item, let's say a gun, was used by the same individual in one item versus the other.
Correct.
Okay. All right, give me 1 second if you don't mind. May I have a second, Judge?
Sure.
I think that's all, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other defense questions?
No, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, I was going. So Investigator Kilgore. I'm going to try and talk loudly enough so that I can be heard here. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 570 Yankee Bravo related to hit number 444. And ask you, once this has come on the screen, if you will describe for the jury what information it is that you are looking at to perform the correlation you talked about earlier. Publishing 570 Yankee Bravo. As we look at 570 Yankee Bravo on the screen, would you describe for the jury what the information is that we are looking at? Just 1 second, I'm going to get it down where you can see it. And in front of you, let me do something and move this over. And I apologize for not asking the court's permission.
That's fine.
The crime, the dates that we created the case in NIBIN, person that created it, modification date, modified by the person that modified it.
And I'm going to scroll up and ask you what is on the bottom portion of that first page.
So the top part is the case information. The bottom part is the exhibit information. So we got, this one is 1-T2. The T we did designate as a test fire. So that tells me that this was a firearm. The firing pin shape was circle. The manufacturer is Remington. The firearm was 1F. That's the item number that we listed it as. Over here is the case that had a potential lead with. Exhibit 1-2, 9mm made by Winchester, circular firing pin. Category is just listed as evidence. Date of occurrence, creation dates, date of modification. So that's those that information there.
And when you speak about modification, what does that relate to? What are you modifying?
When you enter it initially, you're automatically listed as the modifier because you saved it and submitted it to the data concentrator.
Now, scrolling up to the imagery, well, before we get to that part, what is the portion of the exhibit that we are looking at on the screen now?
So the second page you would have if you have a test fire, and it exhibits the firearm information.
Okay.
So again, it's 1F, it's a 9mm, it's made in Czechoslovakia, it's a CZ75, and then it lists the serial number. And again, the person that created it, they entered it.
All right. And now going down to the last portion. I'm going to actually rotate this image and ask you to explain to the jury what it is that you're looking at when you're trying to or making a correlation. It's scrolling up
just a little bit.
It is. It's slow, but it's coming.
Okay, if you can see, there's a line right here. So this is actually two different cartridge cases. So this is the reference exhibit on this side. This is the test exhibit on this side. You can see how these fine microscopic striations all look very similar. So when we see that, that tells us that there's enough similarities to warrant a further investigation by a firearms examiner to look at it closer under a microscope. So we would designate this as a lead. It's not a match. We can't definitively say it, but that's enough to tell them there's a potential lead between these two cases.
Is the image that you look at in the lab of a higher or lower resolution or the same as the one that we're looking at on the screen behind you?
It's a much higher resolution than this. We're actually looking at the actual photograph on the computer. This is just a copy of the printout.
Okay.
So the imagery is much better.
And are you able to see more, fewer, or the same amount of detail on the higher resolution photograph in the lab?
Objection, Your Honor. All of this is beyond the scope of the cross-examination, not appropriate for redirect.
Oh, and and the reason is, yes, you are technically correct, but she asked, could she do this? Because she was working on the exhibits, went ahead and passed the witness, but this was essentially still direct. So that's why I'm overruling, not because it's not technically correct, just because we went a little bit out of order with.
Thank you for the explanation.
Okay, thank you.
So go ahead.
You may go ahead. What were you saying with respect to the level of detail that you were able to see on the lab? Is the level of detail that you're able to see in your laboratory higher, lower, or about the same as what we are looking at on the screen?
It can be higher because this is just the HD part of it and 3D, but they also have a way that you can add color to it. And you can manipulate these because it's a 3D image. You can move them in and out, and you can also enlarge it so you can see it better.
When you say manipulate, are you changing the evidence in any way when you look at it?
Changing when I say manipulate because it's a 3D image, you can turn them to get the lighting right so that you can see it better.
Okay. And does that allow you to see striations and similarities even better or the same?
It depends on the cartridge case.
Okay.
Everyone's different.
All right. Thank you, and thank you, Judge. And thank you all. That's all that I have.
Anybody have any follow-up from, okay. All right, then I think that we are finished with you and you may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we're going to take a break right now. I know it's earlier than we normally do, but we're going to break now.
All right, so the jury.
So,
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor, Upside. So what's Upside? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. So when I go to pump my gas, I can use the Upside app and get cash back, real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So once you have the Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app and you get paid. And as you saw me just do, you can use Upside at places like Shell, Exxon, Mobil, 7-Eleven, Taco Bell. That's just to name a few, by the way. There are so many more. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code LCLive and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code LCLive for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas.
What is going on? I am like trying to stay engaged, but what is going on? Y'all, my computer died earlier. I am really working over here, getting work done. My clients are going to be very happy on Friday. Most of them will be. I'm going to call them all with great news. That I have updates on their cases. So I'm over here working, guys. I'm trying to stay. I'm watching Fight Night, watching people fight for their life and working. Have you guys watched Fight Night on Peacock? It's pretty cool. Susie, text me about that.
May I approach with a member of the prosecution team? Thank you.
hate to tell you, but I'm doing all right. We are not going to start your testimony this afternoon after all. And hopefully first thing in the morning, we'll see you at 9. Do you want to just let the jury know that we're finished for the day? Laura, could you do that? Or, yeah, you can do that. Thank you. All right, so we are finished with trial testimony for the day. I don't know if you want, I mean, I know that I have the information about why. I don't know if it's okay to share with everybody the information about why. I'm kind of looking at you. Okay, all right. We are finished for the day with trial testimony, and I am going to go ahead and excuse Mr. Nichols, who is going to waive his presence for this next thing that we have are going to be discussing. But the next thing I want to discuss is something we're going to have to sort out anyway, which is, I don't know if y'all got copied on, but I got a letter through Ms. Persifield. Yeah, I think y'all, or maybe y'all on it. Yeah, the letter from Miss Merchant, from Natalie Merchant, Natalie Merchant. Ashley Merchant, and the defendants don't even know who that is because that was so long ago. But anyway, so she has some issues she needs to have, I guess, the state sort out, and we might as well just all sort it out here together. One of them is she's really not going to be available past, the 15th of November, and had apparently been told, and I guess the state had Mr. Arnold on the witness list for today, but she got told, I guess, by one of the investigators from the DA's office that it actually wasn't going to be today. It was going to be not for several weeks. And she just kind of, I think, is saying, could you actually give me a somewhat solid date on when he's going to be called? Are y'all able to do that? I mean, it doesn't have to be like, by the day, but,
Your Honor, so prior to getting this letter, we thought that it would be maybe that week of Thanksgiving. However, given the letter, I think some of her
it cannot be the week of Thanksgiving. She is not available, which means he is not available after the 15th of November.
So that's why we need to look.
Didn't you already know that?
No, I don't think we knew about what she put in this letter. So we had some dates, I believe, up until October, like these last few weeks, nothing in November. I don't, and I haven't been the one primarily speaking with her, but my understanding is we knew dates up until the end of October, nothing until November, until this letter.
Well,
So
we
now
now know that if y'all don't have him testify before November 15th, it's not really going to happen.
Okay, so now that we know that, we can, if you can give us a tomorrow, I think we can decide when.
All right, and then with regard to, I don't know if y'all read it yet, but she's wanting to be fairly clear that if the state intends to ask him anything other than the wording on his guilty plea, there's going to need to be a immunity order.
Yes, Your Honor, she made us aware of.
Don't want to talk about this when the jury room door is open. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, she didn't make us aware of that, and so that is a part of our consideration if we decide to ask anything
Let's
outside.
get that all, wrapped up well in advance, because it sounds like she's going to probably want to come in here, maybe with Mr. Arnold, maybe without, I don't know, but get sort of, I don't know, some kind of, you'll see if you can nail it down without the court's input and just present me with an order. But if not, then I don't want to wait until the last minute. And I would, she has asked for at least a week's notice, which I don't think is unreasonable.
Yes, and we plan on doing that.
Okay. All right. Well, and Mr. Nichols is still here, so you got to hear all of that too. So I guess we'll just end early today. Okay. Much to my chagrin. All right, see everybody at, why don't we all plan to get here at 8:45. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, well, guys, I will see you at 7 for WTF Wednesdays. See you at 7 Eastern time. Make sure you guys tune in. 7 p.m. Eastern, WTF Wednesday. See you tonight.